development standards, they're allowed in any district. The service center, however, because of its nature and how the outdoor storage, would have to kind of meet the development standards and would have to be in a district that's appropriate. So that's why AEP is seeking a rezoning to the I industrial district so that they can have a service center on the site. So what you see here is a proposed service center, some storage area for their lines and the equipment, and some parking for their employees. During discussion with the, prior to the Plan Commission meeting, between the first Plan Commission meeting and the second Plan Commission meeting, the petitioner came back with a revised exhibit, so which is what you see here, which shifts the entire building to the, further to the east, adds some more screening between the AEP, the service center and the property owner, and kind of keeps further to the east so that they can move the transmission lines a little bit also and not have to necessarily remove the full line of trees. So this is what was presented to the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission reviewed this and sent it to you with a favorable recommendation, subject to a written commitment that the area between the service center and the western property line remain unoccupied. The concern was that this area didn't somehow get subdivided off to be built for a different industrial use or something like that. So they were trying to put a protection in there for that. Since that time, we further have talked to adjacent property owner and talked to AEP, and we've added 2 more written commitments. So what you have before you, in front of you, are 3 written commitments total. So the first one is that the western buffer shown on the site plan presented is approximately 275 feet to the fence and 350 feet to the building remain in place with no buildings located within that buffer zone. So what we're talking about here is, if I can get my mouse to kind of hover over it, is this entire western edge between this line and this fence line, and actually that's the old site plan. Give me a second. So all of that remained free from any construction of buildings to prevent this from becoming another industrial user or something along those lines. The second written commitment was at the request of a property owner that a 6-foot earthen berm with white pines be installed on top be along the western edge of development. So this would provide additional buffering between the service center and the properties to the west. And then the third is that the western edge of the north-south AEP transmission line easement, so that's where the lines would actually go, and then there's a distance on either side of it, be located a minimum of 145 feet from the western property line. And that's based on a site plan that they provided to us that shows what that dimension is. All 3 of these conditions have been presented to AEP, and under my last conversation with them, they seemed agreeable to all of these. So these were all implemented to try to help buffer and protect the property from the adjacent residential areas to the adjacent to that. So I'd be happy to answer questions on those. I provided the written commitments and a copy of the site plan for reference, but we would be happy to answer any questions for staff before the presenter presents. No.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Where are those transmission lines running?
That's why I was trying to get my site plan to pull up a little bit better here. They run north-south, so they come across one of these properties here, and then they come in about 145 feet, and then they run north-south. Yeah. So this right here is the property line. This right here is like one of the poles. And then the area in between that was also going to be used for the tree replacement ordinance. So any trees that they have to clear for the substation, they could plant in there to help beef up that buffer as well.
Angela, excuse me, there are 2 shaded areas. They're somewhat shaded on your graphic as well.
This one right here.
There's a small section
Yeah.
on the west side and then a larger section on the other side. What are we looking at there?
Those are storage areas where they would be storing, well, the one on the west, as it was explained at the Plan Commission meeting, would be primarily for like snow. So like an area where they could push snow removal and stuff, because the area immediately around the building is hard surfaced and paved. And so that's an area where they could do some gravel and they could push some snow into that area. The area to the east would be for storage of, the transmission poles and stuff, and they can speak more to what they're storing there, but it's essentially storage. We're trying to keep the outdoor storage to the east between the building and the bypass, not adjacent to the property owners.
Excellent. Is there more to the presentation?
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Robert Bash. I'm with Siokowski Construction Company. We are the contractor that AEP has hired for this project.
Could you
And,
state your address, please? I'm sorry.
50516 Allegheny Court, Granger, Indiana. That's my residence. And I'm attending at the request of Eric Sauer with AEP.
Eric is on the line as well. Eric, if there's anything you'd like to present to the board, you're welcome to unmute yourself and present to the council as well.
Yes, sorry, this is Eric Sauer with AEP. Sorry, I had some connection issues. I got a little late and I got on and I saw that plan you had up. That was the initial plan. That was not the revised plan that we had sent out where we had moved. Yes, that's the one that was revised. So I just want to make sure we are talking about the correct layout here that we had revised. So
Yeah,
that's really
my
all.
screen got stuck. I think we're on the same page.
Okay, great. Okay. That's all I wanted to address first was that, make sure that we're looking at the correct plan here and that we're, maximizing the buffer and, adding the additional trees and everything. So,
And what is the timeline?
the timeline for construction,
Yes, please.
we have an 18-month overall construction duration, and we're looking to get started, as soon as we can.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to questions for the committee.
I have a question, 2 questions. I actually have more, but I'll just start with 2 questions. With the site that you showed, this is actually where it's before us for a zoning. And the transmission lines you have running to the west, and you would need a 100-foot easement for those transmission lines, so you're still going to have to get an easement from the property owners? That's for Eric Sauer, please.
Yeah, I believe the easement's already been obtained. So the issues with the transmission lines are that's a completely separate project from the service center, and they've been working with their easements and everything months ahead of time. They started at the very beginning of the year with all that. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that the transmission lines is a very separate project from this. We are sharing a property, but what they're doing is separate from what we're doing here.
And you can still have the substation without the building, is that correct?
Correct.
And have you reached out to the neighbors at the South Bend Plan Commission? I mentioned it and made it a point more than one time through the course of a few meetings to please reach out to some of the neighbors that had concerns about the project. And first, I would like to thank Angela for the presentation and for you providing the maps that you've given to us. And I really appreciate the written commitments to address some of those concerns. But I just want to make sure that there was also the dialogue with the neighbors there.
Yes, we had sent out letters to all of the neighboring residents with our contact information, inviting them to contact us directly with any questions, concerns, so that we could open up a dialogue with them. And we did not receive any input from anybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other committee members?
That's a question.
Councilman Lee.
As we look at this revised plan, how will this affect the people that live in that area with the substation and the parking? How would it affect the character of the area now?
Well, the substation itself, I can't speak too much of it because, again, that's not my project. It's separate, but I know it doesn't have a whole lot of traffic coming to it. And, you know, it is just visually what it is, but it's there at the corner next to the highway. For our project, you know, I think pushing everything off to the east, close to the highway, and maintaining the buffer, the goal is for the residents there to have as minimal impact to their backyard as possible. So I believe that if we maintain the existing tree line buffer that's there, and then add on to it, as we're planning to with the berm, additional tree planting, that visually there should be almost no impact to them. Our trucks, our guys out of that station typically work normal business hours, unless of course there's an incident, an outage or something like that. Then, you know, you could see some off hours construction, or not construction, but activity out there. Other than that, the traffic will be flowing almost always to the east through the industrial park that's over there. And lighting and noise should be minimal. So I anticipate very little impact to the neighboring residents.
I will say right now, it's a cornfield, so any development's gonna have an impact on the adjacent neighbors. As an NC zone property, for instance, it could be developed tomorrow as multifamily with little to no impact, or little to no input from the residents or buffering, so.
And you also had said that there was there had been a plan to make it like a heritage square out there, and they've not developed it. So what happens now if they decide we want to develop this area? Is it,
So you mean if somebody else wanted to go with that idea, that for this particular corner, they would have to acquire that from AEP at this point, because AEP is the landowner. So the landowner ultimately has control of however this site develops. There's still the area on the north side of Adams Road that's zoned NC Neighborhood Center. A similar thing could happen there where somebody could build, actually, I think Corman has acquired that portion. They could build multifamily, mixed use, essentially anything other than single family.
Are there any health concerns with the substation to residents?
I can't speak to health concerns with substations. That's not part of my expertise, and it's not part of this project that we're discussing here. But you know, I'd be happy to put you in contact with somebody who'd be able to speak to that if you'd like.
So just for clarity, Angela, if we move this forward, is this just for the storage buildings, or does this include the substation as well?
This does not include the substation. The substation can go in no matter what. So the substation is gonna go there no matter what the zoning is. That's under the state law. They're fully entitled to do that. We have no control over the location of the transmission lines or the substation itself.
So this is just, what we're voting on today is strictly the storage?
Strictly
area.
for the service center that they're proposing here to allow them to use the remainder of the parcel, so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rouse, do you have a question before I move to the full council?
My question was the same as I believe Pastor Lee asked, kind of who benefits, what risk might be associated as far as health risks, but it doesn't sound like we're able to get that answer right now. So no, I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. President White?
Yes, I have a couple questions. The first of which, during the public hearing, did anyone speak in opposition?
Yes, we had several people that spoke in opposition. I believe most of them are here today. So the neighbors to the west and both to the south have come out to speak in opposition. Concerns were lighting, noise, the impact on the property values. A lot of the concerns had to do with the transmission lines, and we've tried our best to kind of separate the two in terms of the impact on this. It gets a little bit tricky, obviously, because they're both AEP, but again, even if the council denied the zoning and it stayed neighborhood center, the transmission lines are still gonna go in. And so we've tried to do our best to kind of mitigate some of the neighbors' concerns through the written commitments you have in front of you.
Then my second question, I think Councilwoman Niskoski did ask this question in regards to the company reaching out to the neighbors, and the response was that letters had been sent, but no one responded. Is there any plans to try to circle back and reach out to the neighbors again?
That would be.
Yeah, I mean, we're more than happy to reach out, however much it takes, and to open up the floor to discussion with any of the neighbors and anybody that's present today. I believe they should have our contact information. We're happy to discuss our future plans with them in depth.
So in summary, basically, there's little that we can do. We're looking at the substation at this time. And so the concerns that some of the neighbors have expressed are part of the written commitments,
So,
some of them.
right, so in terms of the location of the transmission lines, there's nothing that we can do at this point related to those, other than what we have incorporated into the written commitment. So for instance, the third written commitment, that easement be 145 feet from that west property line, that's one of our attempts to kind of do this, because originally, the first site plan that came through, they showed them clear cutting all those trees on the west property line, and that's where the transmission line was gonna go. And so, between the first plan commission meeting and the second plan commission meeting, AEP went back and adjusted the site plan to move it as far to the east as they could, to keep that away from that property line as what they could. So this group, the rezoning for this particular one, the service station, can't do anything about what the lines get to their property. They've done what they can to adjust once the lines are on their property to try to buffer that from the neighbors.
Thank you.
Councilman Warner, we are well into your time, and it does not look like this is going to wrap up very quickly. Could we have until 4:55 to see if we can find a way to solve it? Thank you. Any other council members with questions? Councilwoman Thomas Morgan?
Thank you, Chair. Were there any concerns regarding traffic? Could you address the traffic concerns?
Sure, so, as we know in this area, because there's always been concerns, right, about the stuff on the east side, very early on, before we even got to the plan commission stage, the city engineering department requested a traffic impact study. So AEP is currently in the process of doing a traffic impact study that would address any kind of upgrades that might be needed from anything, ways to mitigate traffic going to the west and those approaches. So they are currently working on that. The discussion came up and we kind of defer to the engineers on that. It would be addressed between the time that this happened and before they could pull any building permits. So they'd have to have a traffic impact study approved by city engineering.
Okay, in the interest of time, and we do want to hear from the public, could you just let us know if you are here in opposition or in support here to speak in opposition or support? And if we will have time, a greater amount of time, if this moves forward, to go into a much more in-depth conversation. We were not given the convenience of time, unfortunately. Are you able to return at that 7 o'clock meeting?
If I could have right now, I have actually.
Yes, I am.
I have one of the biggest property lines besides she has the biggest property. But I have the biggest property
Just a moment, please. So I understand that you cannot, can everyone else be in attendance at 7 o'clock?
Okay, we'll have.
Because we are already 10 minutes over our time. Absolutely, absolutely. I was just trying to negotiate time. So,
Chair Hammond, I think we can get our 4 bills in half an hour, and
Thank
if we
you.
get started by 6:15, that's plenty of time to
thank
get
you, I appreciate that.
personnel.
So we're going to,
5:15, I'm sorry, not 6:15.
I thought that was really generous, but okay. So if we could just, is there anyone wishing to speak in support of Bill 110-21? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, if you could please state your name and address?
Put a different picture up. Okay, my name is Debbie Green. and I
Can
live
you
at-
speak in the microphone?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Thank
My
you.
name is Debbie Green. I live at 51268 Ryder Lane. This is my 3rd time here. I've been to all of them with AEP. I asked them to come out to my house. They never did, but my main concern is the last time they were talking about putting 30-foot light poles all along, and I'll show you my property. Right here, I'm a butt of all of this, right here. And my biggest concerns are, I don't need 30-foot poles right there. All it is fields and corn and deer. And if they're putting 10-foot light poles on Adams Road, which has nothing right now for lighting, I don't know why they need to put 30-foot lights on my side, which I've talked to neighbors around me, they'll see it too. That's one of my big concerns. And the A1 one is, listening to this, they already hired contractors to do this. It hasn't been voted on. They still haven't got the road done. That should have been first, because like I said, there still is no infrastructure. No semis, nothing over 10 tons is allowed on Adams Road. They have to go on Adams Road to get there. I don't know how much the Adams Road bridge tonnage that holds over the bypass to get to Dillon Road, which is the only road authorized out there for any semi and heavy truck traffic. The roads are crappy right now, and with all the extra truck traffic that they think are gonna get on there, unless they are gonna fly them in there like I've told them before, how they're gonna get their trucks in there with telephone poles probably have to be brought on semi-trucks, I'm assuming, and no semi-trucks are allowed on Adams Road. So how are they gonna get all their equipment and stuff on that property? Because it's only Adams Road, the access to that property. And they have done no traffic infrastructure in this area for years, and people have been complaining about it for years. And city, county, half the road's this, half the road's that. If you look at the planning out there, it's all mishmash. We're an island now that's county. City's going around us, but nobody has money for the roads. County doesn't, city doesn't. You give all those boxes on the east side of the bypass tax abatement, so nobody gets money to do the roads. Who's doing the roads? Because with all the extra traffic gonna be going out there, Adams Road will break up in pieces. If you guys drive out there and see Adams and Orange Road, they're not that great now, and with the extra traffic going out there, who's gonna pay for those roads when they fall apart? That's what I wanna know. And how you can even do this building projects, any building projects out there without infrastructure. And it's been that way for years and years and years. And we fought it, and they don't listen to us out in German Township. They never have. You know, and like I said, I know you're gonna still put the station. I don't want 30-foot lights all along my property to be lit up all night like a football field. If they're giving 10-foot lights on Adams Road to that cornfield, I want only 10 foot on my side. Because there's nothing there but woods and field and deer. I don't know what they're thinking. But like I said, you already got someone hired to do a job that you haven't voted on, and no road infrastructure.
Thank you.
My name's Wendy Wolf, and I am the property owner that they claim to have required the easement, and that is not true. They do not have an easement on my
Address,
property.
please, I'm sorry.
Well, I have 3 homes on Orange Road, so I don't know which one to give you, but 51180 Orange Road. I have a 2.06 buildable home site that they apparently think they own already. And they do not. We have not assigned anything. I have not agreed to anything, and I'm a long ways from doing that. So if they're starting eminent domain procedures on me, then, they might be doing that, but my attorney and I have not been contacted. My attorney is Andrew Nemeth. My question is, they're taking my property, which is 2 acres over, and it's for a buildable home site, and they're gonna put their wires on it, and then I'm not allowed to ever build on it. And then on top of that, when they were told they had to give a 300-foot easement, the gentleman stood here and was appalled by the fact that they couldn't put anything on their 300 feet. But I have 237 feet of frontage on Orange Road, and it's gonna be non-buildable to me once they put those wires on. I just wanted to let you know that they don't have the easement. They're lying about that. Secondly, the berm's great, but I want to make sure that even if the wires do come through on my property, that I still get the berm. Because there's a 15-foot growth situation, I guess, but that doesn't mean I can't have the biggest berm available to me and have a smaller shrub on there, because if this building goes through, I am going to have a 100-foot window into their trash. And right now I have a absolutely magnificent farm that's been there for many years. My home is 101 years old. I have trees that are 200 years old, and AEP wants to cut those down. And they don't think that's a big deal. It's a big deal to me. I also have a business at 51084 Orange Road for the last 10 years that I get people from Chicago and all over coming to see my animals, my horses. I mean, I have a beautiful place. It's kind of hard to believe that I'm going to have that condemned here in the next few months and have it taken away from me. But that looks like what's going to be happening. I know you guys are doing the best you can. I appreciate all the help. I think the berm and everything's great if this goes through. And I think that I obviously have my own personal battle to deal with, which I might just say to you is an actual living hell. So I hope that you'll all pray for me, because I need some prayers. I'm about ready to have a nervous breakdown over this situation. And I've lived on the road since I was born on the road. And in 7th grade, we moved to Iowa. And, 1975, I was 10. In 7th grade, I wrote in my journal to my English teacher. I had to keep journals. And I said, if it's the last thing I do before I die, I'm going to move back to Orange Road. And now this home that I've spent 25 years landscaping, grooming, keeping my horses, having a little farmhouse business to share with kids and families, they're going to take a wire and take out these trees and everything. It's wrong on every level. I mean, we're talking about environmental crises right now, and this is going to happen. In South Bend, we're just going to let this happen. There is an empty cornfield. All they have to do is go across Adams Road into Steve Corman's property, where there is absolutely nothing at all. There's no homes, there's just corn. That wire can be rerouted. They're taking the path of the least resistance, and they just are bullying their way through the residential areas. And I'm sure Steve Corman has a little bit to do with it. But anyway, I really appreciate your time. I'm not trying to be obstinate. I'm just telling you that it's a living nightmare what they're doing to me. So, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Dave Troop, and I live at 51210 Orange Road. Mine will be pretty fast. I seem like I got the best spot, but I've been there the shortest amount of time, 4 years. So I'm with Wendy on that. I feel bad for her, the stuff she's going through. Me personally, I moved out there trying to get away from the city-type life on the outskirts. If I'd have known that was going to go there, I probably would never even bought that house. But it's done. I appreciate all the extra stuff that these guys are doing, trying to make it better for us. I totally get it. Me personally, I'd rather not happen, but it's gonna happen, so I do appreciate the little fine tunes they're doing to at least help out. So I guess that's it, and hopefully Wendy can work her stuff out, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of this bill?
I'm fine with coming at 7. I won't take your time now.
Thank you. Okay, back to the council. Any last minute statements?
Yeah, this is tough. And I will be praying for you. I know I can feel the hurt. Are there no other options?
If I can, Chair.
Yes, absolutely.
AEP does have eminent domain. So this is really about zoning this area, but as you see with these neighbors, it's much more about the transmission lines. Her property is going to basically be cut in half going west to Orange Road, and there'll also be affecting some other properties going further west. AEP has not made any effort to talk to them. They said they've sent letters. I've heard people say that they've called them or they've tried to talk to them and they haven't returned their calls. For me personally, I wish they could find a different way to run these transmission lines so that they wouldn't, they didn't even talk about the historic farmhouse that may be taken out that's going further west. For a gentleman that's in his 90s, I drove the whole property over there. And I understand we all, when our electric goes down, they're there, they restore it, that's for sure. We all value our electric and AEP in general. But I just wish there was a way that they could do these transmission lines, go north over Adams. But it seems that they're pretty set on going through Wendy's property and the other gentleman. I would just request that they have a conversation with the neighbors. I have asked this over and over. I haven't, you keep saying they send the letters, but have you, do they all have your phone numbers? Have you all called?
They only people that we've ever spoke to is a hired hand from a contract land agency, and they have offered us very laughable amounts of money, and we just got an attorney because, I have 2.06 acres, and they offered me $40,000 to never be able to build on it and just own the wire.
So I guess to help clarify for the council, that was the transmission line crew. Has anybody here called the other number for this development team to try to talk to them?
No, because I've been at both meetings and told them what you,
So no, they have not called this team.
they're here listening to us.
Yeah.
I believe she tried to speak to the gentleman, and he was very rude to her. I'm sorry, I had to make my own map before I got here, because all of his cordial comments about communicating, and when I asked him last meeting whether I could get a
Could you
map,
come to the microphone and give us your name and address, please?
my name's Kathy Bieshke. I live, my whole property, my whole home and land is adjacent to their western boundary with my eastern boundary of my home. I just wanted to say, before the meeting, if I have to come back at 7, I'm glad to it, because I had to spend my time making a map, because after the representative so cordially said that they communicate, I asked him if I could get a map from them that they presented last meeting, and he very rudely said no. And when I said, well, how could I get one from you at a later point, he said, not at all. I couldn't believe that he was not cooperative whatsoever. And he said that he was, communicating with the neighbors. I don't bother calling them because I get a letter the Friday before a meeting. I know that they don't want to hear what I've got to say. They're not going to be moved by my concerns about my property value. I work for a living still. When I retire shortly, I don't know what's going to happen to my property value of my lifelong home. That's been my home for practically all my life, either mine or my mother's. And I was a resident of Adams Road, up the road, and I had to sell that property because they they built the monstrosity of Dillon Drive across from my home on Adams Road. So I moved from one end of Adams Road to the other, and now AAP wants to be my next door neighbor. So I really don't think that talking to them is going to prove anything, because I've got another laminated map that was promised what was going to be the development that was going to be there. Holiday Properties in, I think it was 2009, the map says that I've got with me, they said that it was going to be all these nice developments that would be like either homes or nursing homes or something like that, and not industrial. And, in the last meeting in 2005, I guess, I don't know what it was, the 9, or maybe it was, I don't remember what it was, Wendy knows, they sat, the people that were negotiating, that were representing us with Bobby Kay and so forth, they said that the industrial part was going to be kept on the other side of the bypass. Well, we know that's not true. We know that they tell us what they think we want to hear, and it still happens. And so that's why I have not personally called AEP. I've called the area plan. They were so kind as to send me the PDF file so that I could print this map. This shows me what's going to be over there. The piece of the grass that they talk about going to be there next to my fence, I don't believe it, because I see what they've done elsewhere in town, and you could take a ride to Jackson Road, to out in North Liberty, I can't think of the name of the road out there. You can see what they do, and they destroy property, and then they're not obligated to hang on to that property. They can sell that property later, and if it's zoned industrial, there's no control over what else could be put on that property line that's next to mine, because that is the 300-foot area that they're not building on. So that leads me to wonder what might be there someday if they sell it, like they've done on Jackson Road, across from my friend's home, just off of the, not very far off that bridge that they put in there on the south side of town. So I'm very concerned about trucks, sound and lights and all that, just like our good neighbors that talked about already. I don't need to reiterate all that, but I don't know if I need to come back. Are all your members here? I mean, if you're hearing me, I don't know if I need to come back and say this, what's on my heart anymore at 7 o'clock. I'll do whatever you think is best. Are there other members that would be hearing me?
Yes, there's one member not here currently, and there will be other.
Is that Mr. Varner?
No. Councilman Davis.
He's on the Plan Commission, Dr. Varner.
And you could have other participants from the community that would be present. It is absolutely up to you what you do at 7 o'clock.
Okay, I
It is on the
appreciate it.
record.
I appreciate it, and like I said, area plan has been helpful, but AEP, I don't see that, if I can't even get a map from them, what is going to, serve me to call and contact them? They're not obligated, unless they have some contract to abide by, not building or selling that property next to my property line. What can be done? I mean, I'm not hopeful that they would keep their promises anyway, so, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on Bill 110-21?
The only other thing I just remembered, with that health problem, it is amazing to me that AEP's been putting stations in forever and ever, and nobody knows the health risks throughout the years of what these lines are, wherever they put them, in anybody's backyard. It's hard to believe that they would have to get somebody special that all these years they're doing this, that they have no idea the health risks to anybody. Through all these years, they've been putting lines and poles. I think that's why they're putting them higher, because they know lower they cause trouble. That's why they're putting 100-foot poles in. They did it out by Corpus Christi. They'll put those higher ones all up through there. And I'm sure it's because they causes cancer and different things, and they ain't gonna say it.
Just to add to that, too, one thing is I want to let you guys know, I mentioned this at the last meeting. I have called Brian Recker, who was the name on that letter. And I called him prior to the very first time that we came in front of the South Bend Area Planning Commission. I called him as I was driving here that afternoon, because I
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the council. Again, any last statements?
The only
Councilman
statement
Wax?
that I would like to make is about the written commitments for the residents that are here now. Those are showing a 350-foot buffer. They are doing the berm. They are doing the western north edge. I mean, those written commitments are binding.
Would that include, even if they do come through on me, that I would still get at least the berm with some lower lying trees? I want to make sure that that would be correct.
The written commitments only apply to the subject property. So the written commitments are for the property that's highlighted here and hatched in blue. It would not apply to anything that leads into that. It also is only binding if the property gets rezoned. If the property doesn't get rezoned, there is nothing that goes with this.
Okay, well, I'm not asking that they put a berm on my property. I'm asking that, will I still have the berm even if the transmission line goes through?
If the property does not get rezoned, the written commitments do not get recorded, so no. It's only, the written commitments can only get recorded if the property gets rezoned.
Okay, well, I'm talking about if it does get rezoned.
If it gets rezoned and it's subject to those written commitments, those are binding. They cannot do, the property actually doesn't get rezoned until those get recorded. Those are reviewed and implemented into any future things, and they run with the property. And if they were ever to be changed, it has to go back through a public process. So those are binding, they run with the property, and they stay.
Even if there's an easement where they don't like to have things, they still have to give me a berm and some smaller trees.
What it says is that along the western edge, they have to put a 6-foot tall berm with white pine trees on top.
Angela,
white.
does that include not the storage unit, but the wire section? What is that?
I don't know, I mean, we could do a berm underneath the wire section itself.
Because they have a 15-foot easement, I mean, they have a 15-foot growth requirement, so.
Right, so the berm could extend the whole way, but the,
Put a smaller tree, maybe not a white pine, but I just want to make sure that that is going to be there for me.
I can clarify between now and council that is included, that the portion where it comes in would still have a berm and a low-growth tree. It wouldn't be able to be a pine tree, obviously, because that would conflict with the power lines, but I can confirm that between now and council. Find a way to tighten up that wording.
And once this is rezoned, the statement that was made that this property can be sold and used for whatever purpose, that is true.
That is true, it can be sold. That was with the purpose of the written commitment, that there be that buffer along the western edge where there's no buildings. So if they sold this, that would still hold to there, that there wouldn't be another industrial building within that western buffer.
Unless area plan changes it, right?
In order to change the written commitments, it would have to go back through the public hearing process, and they'd have to notify everybody within 300 feet.
Okay. Okay, committee, what's your pleasure?
Chair, this is Councilman Davis.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. I've been on the call the entire time.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Yeah, and I was listening to everything that was going back and forth. Now, look, this is just a suggestion. I am really concerned about what's going to happen this evening with this particular bill, because it sounds like there's a lot more to unravel and unpack with this particular issue. I'm going to offer that maybe, number one, either we send this with no recommendation. This is just recommendations. This is just what Henry thinks. Or we set this out for another hearing outside of the normal council day, so we can get things hashed out in a way that everybody can understand and what's going on. And so the residents' concerns, because I heard all of their concerns, and their concerns are legitimate. We went through this sort of ordeal when there were some new substations being put in neighborhoods, Elwood and some others along Western Avenue. So if there would be a better idea of slowing down and having this discussion on another day, so that everybody can walk away feeling like they were being heard and all concerns can be take into account before the council votes. Because tonight, I'm going to guarantee that there's going to be more questions, there's going to be more ideas, and there's going to be more concerns from the residents and also area plan and council, that we're going to carry this meeting out another hour at the very least, and I don't think anything will get resolved. That's just my idea. No one has to support it, but I'm just, putting it out there.
Do you want to make a motion in regards to that?
Yeah, I can totally make a motion that we continue this until a date that's more appropriate where both sides can be heard. I'm going to, hand off to our parliamentarian to see what day that is. I know the next council meeting is the 8th. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
That's correct. So we'll have to have a hearing prior to the 8th. I don't know what day is the best day or where the appetite is at. So I know the 8th is a Monday. So I have to look at my calendar. I'm sorry.
You're proposing that we adjourn,
Maybe the 3rd or the 4th of November, so that we'll have a day that we can actually go through the details because of the issue in the heightened interest of. Sorry. So my motion is to continue this until November 3rd.
okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk Jones, could you take the roll for a vote, please? Yes, Angela?
I just wanted to ask for clarification. That would be a special meeting on November 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
So we do, just so you know, we do have this room reserved for that date for the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay. So then what day is more apropos?
I just know that on the Mondays you guys don't meet, we have other meetings in here for that night, so.
That Wednesday is a 3rd. The 3rd is a Wednesday.
I don't care about Wednesdays.
And we would have to look at the calendar.
The proper motion would be to table at this time until they could find a date to move forward.
Okay. So the motion,
There is a
I don't
motion
know if
on the
that's a
floor,
proper
however.
That could be a motion. I don't know if that's a proper motion, but that could be a motion. So the motion is on the floor for the 3rd.
okay. Let's take a vote. Clerk Jones?
Okay. Committee Vice Chair Niskoski,
Nay?
Committee Member Davis,
Aye.
Committee Member Lee,
Nay.
Committee Chair Hammond,
Aye.
Citizen Member Tyler Rouse.
Aye.
We have 3 ayes.
How are you gonna get in there?
So we will convene a zoning and annexation committee meeting separate from the council full committee meetings to give us ample time to discuss this at length.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll call the
So-
Personnel and Finance
I
Committee
need to
meeting.
adjourn. I will adjourn this meeting.
With that, I'll call the Personnel and Finance Committee meeting of October 25th to order. We have 3 salary ordinances this evening. I'll start with a roll call. Vice Chair Wax. Here. Councilmember Nitzgodsky.
Present.
Vice President McBride.
Present.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan.
Present.
And myself are present. All members are present. We'll start with Bill 123-21. That is the council salary ordinance, and our presenter on that.
Council salary.
I'm sorry.
Council salary ordinance,
Okay.
President White.
Thank you. Name is Karen White, currently the president of the Saucon Common Council, home address 1912 Melbourne. I would like to present to, first, that this is a substitute bill, and I don't know, we need to accept it as a substitute at this time.
This time, I would accept the motion to accept the substitute. Clerk Jones, can you do a motion on the acceptance of the substitute for Bill 123-21? We need another second then.
Second.
Okay, now we have a motion and a second.
Committee Vice Chair Wax,
Aye.
Committee Member McBride, Committee Member Niskowski. Oh, she's not.
She's stepped out.
Committee Chair Warner,
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
Chair,
Ayes.
There's not a substitute been filed.
Chair, just for clarification, it's not a substitute.
It's not a
This
substitute.
is the original one that was filed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you know what, I apologize, I was looking at 121. So this is 120.
This is,
My apology.
we're on 123-21.
Okay, then I would like to present Bill 123-21. It's the proposed salary ordinance for the South Bend Common Council, and we are recommending, which is in line with other employees and elected officials, a 2.5 increment for the Common Council for the upcoming year 2022. This doesn't look right. It's 2 point, but it has 2 point, yeah,
2.5.
2.5%. Okay. I don't know if there's any questions. I don't see that.
I said a clarification, maybe
I don't see
I
that.
downloaded a wrong bill, but I have the maximum at 2%.
And I thought that we had to submit a substitute to reflect the 2.5%. That's why I'm so confused at this time. But the information that I have before me in terms of Bill 123-21, it indicates a 2% maximum. That's the one you have, it's 2%? 2%. And I thought that we changed that to reflect the 2.5. Is that something we can do now?
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
And the 2.5 would reflect the same increase as the mayor and the other non-bargaining employees of the city?
that's correct.
Can we make a motion on the floor to amend the bill to change the 2% to 2.5%?
You can. I think what happened was that a prior version of this was submitted and published. It was intended to be 2.5%, so yes, that motion can be made at this point.
So is that a motion?
I would make a motion to amend Bill 123-21 to all references to 2% to be changed to 2.5%, and the numbers under 2022 should be updated to reflect a 2.5% increase from the previous year.
I second.
Clerk Jones, can you take a vote, please, on that motion to amend the bill in a second?
Yes. Committee Member McBride? Aye. Committee Member Niskowski? Aye. Committee Chair Warner?
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax?
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
5 ayes.
Okay, so the amendment is passed, so we still have to do a vote on the bill as amended, is that correct?
That's
Counsel?
correct.
Okay.
Motion to send Bill 123-21 to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to send Bill 123-21 as amended to the council with a favorable. Clerk Jones, can you please do the roll call?
Yes. Committee Member Niskowski? Aye. Committee Chair Warner?
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax?
Aye.
Committee Member McBride? Aye. Committee Member Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
5 ayes.
And with that, we'll move on to Bill 124-21, that is the fire salary ordinance. Attorney Palmer, would you like to give an update on that, or any discussion or anything you'd like to add before?
Well, apparently there's been no agreement between the city and the firefighters union on a contract, at least to the best of my knowledge and my current emails. So at this point, there is nothing to present as a substitute and until a substitute is offered.
Okay.
So there is really nothing for the council to consider because the current bill has blanks in it where compensation is to be filled in. It's within the council's discretion to pass a salary ordinance for a one-year compensation package for year 2022. If the council chooses not to do that, the Board of Public Safety may pass a compensation package for the firefighters for the year 2022.
Mr. Wax?
And Attorney Palmer, and just to be clear, if the firefighters and the administration don't have an agreement and the council doesn't pass another ordinance with a salary provision, the salaries of all those employees would remain at last year's salary?
Unless the Board of Public Safety passed a compensation package for them.
Thank you.
Councilman President White?
Yes, I do have a question, Attorney Palmer. Who submits the substitute bill at this time? Is it because there was no agreement reached?
Yes, the substitute bill would normally be presented by the Chair of the Personnel and Finance Committee. Chair Warner is still able to submit a substitute or discussion for substitute, so those numbers could be filled in by the committee at this point, and then a recommendation be made to the Committee of the Whole.
Any other council members with questions, comments? Any comments from the administration?
So if we don't set it as a council, it will go into another person's, the Board of Public Safety, and
That's
then have to
correct.
come back to us.
They do not have to come back to us. After they set the compensation package, however, the council has the discretion to pass an ordinance modifying it.
Chair, point of order.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan?
For question, are we open for dialogue, conversation on this, or are you
Yeah, I
asking
think
for
that's kind of what we've been
sending
doing.
motion?
We can, comments or questions or discussion? I
Or
think
mo-
I'll
Or
go ahead.
motions.
Or motions.
Would any substitute have to be from the chair?
I filed the original bill, so, I mean, if there's a, or we can make an amendment here by, as we did with the council bill. Or would we need a full substitute?
We would need to amend the title of the bill in the Committee of the Whole because the title of the bill refers to years 22, 23, and 24.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand, can we, at this point, make a or a substitute bill?
You can make a recommendation to the Committee of the Whole. The Personnel and Finance Committee itself cannot rename the ordinance because that would require it be sent out for public notice again. But the Committee of the Whole can modify the title of the bill on its own.
I would defer to the chair,
Okay.
otherwise I have to make a motion. Is there something that you would like to recommend?
I think, and I'm open to other people's thoughts too, I think, I worry a little bit about the Board of Public Safety making this decision. I think this should be a council-made decision. I do think, I know we had an executive session, and this was discussed a little bit, and potentially setting a rate that would give them some incentive to come back to the table and continue and finish these negotiations and get something put together, whether that's 2% or doing 2.5% raise for 2022. I think is something that's reasonable, but but I'm open to hearing other thoughts.
Chair?
Councilmember Niezgodski.
Yeah, at this point, I would tend to agree with your comment right there. They should be going back to the table and having a dialogue about this. I believe that it should be our decision ultimately here and not the Board of Public Safety. And perhaps set this for a 1 year for them to go back next year and talk about a contract, because I don't believe that was reached. There is an impasse, obviously. So I support that sentiment.
Chair,
Vice President McBride.
I would suggest that we propose a 2.0 or 2.25% increase, and not the full 2.5.
Okay.
That would give them the incentive that they need to get it right.
Chair, I would support something like that.
I would agree. I wasn't part of those negotiations, so I can't lay the blame anywhere, but it's disappointing that there was significant time given for parties to negotiate a new agreement that would be to the satisfaction of all parties. The other bargaining groups managed to do that. It's disappointing that that hasn't happened here, and I agree with my colleagues and the chair that while the council should step up and not allow it to go to public safety, there should still be an incentive for the parties to negotiate themselves. I think that other sections of city government have had 2.5% increases. I think that it would be inappropriate to let the firefighters not get an increase and to remain at 2021 levels. But I do think that there should be an incentive to be able to finalize bargain agreements, and perhaps at full 2.5 might not be the appropriate number. So I would support an amount that would be slightly less than that, either the 2 or the 2.5% or 2.25%.
I would like to make a recommendation that we, what's the term, that we propose a 2.25% increase for 1 year.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a recommendation by the committee. Attorney Palmer, I see you got a comment.
Sure, just for clarification, the compensation ordinance is not limited strictly to salaries. There are other figures in the compensation package. Those figures had remained the same during the 4 years of the current contract. So just to clarify the motion, is the motion to have those numbers remain the same or be increased by 2.5%? Or is it only the salary that is being increased by 2.5% and everything remain the same as in the prior ordinance?
Let me clarify my motion, and Attorney Palmer, we can make those in 2 motions if we need to.
Yes.
Or are you asking me to do it all in one?
You can modify your motion.
Chair, if I'm allowed to modify the motion.
May amend your motion, yes.
I'd like to amend my motion to keep all the, for the annual pay, salaries to increase at 2.25%, but to keep the other specialty pays at
That would be the amounts listed for
Be the
2021.
current numbers.
Yes.
Do we have a second on the amended motion?
Second.
Please look, Clerk Jones, thank you.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Committee Chair Warner,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax,
Aye.
Committee Member McBride,
Aye.
Committee Member Nisgowsky.
Aye.
5 ayes.
Okay, and we will then follow that recommendation and have a substitute to that effect for the 7 PM meeting for the Committee of the Whole.
Yeah, and that motion is being sent to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on. 2 more salary ordinances left. 126-21, the clerk's salary ordinance. And Clerk Jones? Or you can just do a quick presentation of the salary ordinance. This is for the elected clerk, and then your staff is 127-21.
This is an ordinance for the council to set the, oh, I'm sorry. This is a ordinance for the substitute, so you have to accept the substitute.
Okay,
Going from 3.0 to 2.5.
that's 2.5, so this would be standard with the non-bargaining.
Right.
This time I would accept a motion to accept the substitute.
So moved.
Second.
We'll do a roll call on the acceptance of the substitute bill 126-21.
Committee Chair Warner,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax,
Aye.
Committee Member McBride,
Aye.
Committee Member Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
Excuse me, Clerk Jones. I received a message that they can't hear you, so when you make your presentation, could you do it in the microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, any questions, comments from council members? Oh, we need to go to the public. I need to go to Attorney Palmer. I didn't go to the public on the first 2 bills.
Pardon me?
I didn't ask for the public on the first 2 bills. Any members of the public wishing to speak on Bill 126-21?
There is no one from the public that's wishing to speak on Bill 126-21.
Thank you. At this time, what's the pleasure of the council or the committee?
Move to send Bill 126-21 to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk Jones?
Okay. Committee Chair Warner,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax,
Aye.
Committee Member McBride,
Aye.
Committee Member Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
5 ayes.
Thank you. So Bill 126-21, as the substitute bill, will go to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation, and we'll move on to Bill 127-21, which is clerk staff's salary ordinance.
Right, and we have to accept the substitute on this one
Okay.
as well.
Okay, well, at this time, I'll take a motion to accept the substitute.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Committee Member McBride,
Aye.
Committee Chair Warner,
Aye.
Committee Member Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax.
Aye.
This
Thank-
one, okay.
Thank you.
This is similar to the previous one where it's a substitute moving the increase from 3.0 to 2.5 for the clerk staff.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Any members of the public wishing to speak on Bill 127-21?
There is no one from the public wishing to speak on Bill 127-21.
Thank you. The pleasure of the committee.
I move that we send Bill 127 substitute Bill -127-21 to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Roll call, please, Clerk Jones.
Committee Member Niskoski.
Aye.
Committee Member Tomas Morgan.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Wax.
Aye.
Committee Chair Warner.
Aye.
Committee Member McBride.
Aye.
5 ayes.
And with that, substitute Bill 127-21 will go to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. And at this time, we will adjourn the Personnel and Finance Committee.
I would like to, at this time, review the agenda for our 7 PM meeting. Invocation will be given by, I think, is Ahmad Muhammad. Pledge of Allegiance, the roll call, report from Subcommittee on Minutes for the September 27th meeting. We do not have any special business, nor do we have reports from city offices. Will resolve into the Committee of the Whole. Bill 110-21 will be continued based on recommendations from the committee until November the 3rd. 121, Personnel and Finance. This is a second sub, and I think there will be some different actions that will be taken forward, and I would ask our Attorney Palmer to explain that when we get to that point. Bill 123-21, Personnel and Finance. This will be a sub as amended during the committee meeting and is favorable. 124-21, Personnel and Finance. This is a sub, favorable. 126, Personnel and Finance. This is a sub as well, favorable. Bill 127-21, a sub, favorable. Will rise and report back to the council as a whole. We go through our third readings. And then we do not have any resolutions. Bills on first reading is Bill 129-21. It will be sent to the South Bend Planning Commission, set for November the 15th, and the ZNA Committee for November the 22nd. We do have unfinished business, and I would ask Attorney Palmer to give us a brief overview of what will be happening in terms of this particular unfinished business item.
Yes, this is an appeal from a Historic Preservation Commission ruling denying a certificate of appealability. The unfinished business scheduled for tonight is simply to make a motion setting a briefing schedule for the appeal. There will be a schedule set, and under the schedule that I believe will be proposed, the appeal will be decided by the council at the second meeting in November.
Okay, thank you. And then we go to new business, privilege of the floor, and then the meeting will be adjourned.
For the firemen? No.
I have it scripted out, I just didn't get it to
Oh.
anybody.
Sure, on the
For the
firefighters?
cost?
On the appeal of historic preservation.
So tell me what this is.
Historic preservation committee, commission denied a certificate of appealability to make some changes to the historic home.
So the homeowner tried to make changes, the historic sites, and now the homeowner's
So,
appealing.
yes, by statute, they appeal directly to us. All this is to set a briefing schedule, which both the city and the Preservation Commission and the homeowner agreed to. So I have it all.
Oh, they agreed to
They
this.
agreed to that.
Okay.
So I have it scripted out.
Yeah,
or I
if
have
we got
to-
the print copy
Yep.
of that, that would be great.
Yep.
Legal charges.
It doesn't matter, we fixed it. I don't know what the mistake was, I don't know where it was, I don't care. But what I will need you to do is I need to forward you the motion that Eli's going to make on that preservation appeal, because he wants a printed copy. And I have to find my computer, so as soon as I find that, I'll send it to you. You have, oh, if you can just print it out.
the letter that you sent me with all
Hey,
this.
Rachel, what's
With the dates, yeah.
I
Yeah.
have that.
Okay, good, well, if you can, yeah, send it to me and also print out a copy for Eli, would you please?
They each have it with their packet.
Oh,
I printed it.
okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Danny, are you gonna do your magic with the numbers, or do I need to do it?
I got you, but I'll send it to you.
Are you gonna send me the whole ordinance or just the numbers?
I'll send you the whole ordinance with the numbers filled in, if that works.
Yeah, that's great, please change the title also.
Yeah, will do. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Coming your way, Bob.
Okay, great.
I think mine would be That would be my suggestion. Bob, I'm gonna go grab a little food and then I'll be ready to do whatever,
Okay, yeah, this is perfect, if we could just make a separate copy for Eli, so he doesn't have to search through his packet.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I think he's back down his field. Well, Bob, we'll see. You saw the email he sent me back?
I'm reading it right now.
Well, as long as he still do what he said he gonna do. If he don't, he's dead.
And then I can do a phone or with her. Just let me know what you think, what's your record.
else?
The motion that Henry made about the third, didn't actually, I guess my question is, he said to have a special meeting. So is he talking about to have a special hearing so they could, because they all know what the concerns are?
Yeah, I think the motion is to have a separate ZNA hearing on November 3rd for anyone who wants to speak.
Okay.
So that anybody who did not have a chance to do so today can do that.
Right, which everybody did get an opportunity, but I guess, so that means, since that was made, it automatically gets taken off of this agenda?
Yes, it did not make it out of committee. So as far as you're concerned, when it comes up on the committee of the whole, that it's been tabled until November 3rd.
So once that meeting on November 3rd is made, does there have to be a motion to put it back on the schedule
Yes.
for the next council meeting?
Yes.
Would be the appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Just want to make sure I got all my ducks in a row.
There are going to be so many mistakes tonight, nobody's going to notice.
Makes me nervous to just have a camera rolling. Assuming it's off.
Yeah, but we never know. Rachel's making, that motion is in your packet, but she's making a separate copy for you. The motion.
The historic thing?
Yeah.
Oh, it's already in the packet?
Yeah, but she's making a separate one, so you
Okay.
don't have to be looking for it.
So Karen's just going to introduce or whatever, invite new business,
Mhm.
and then
And then you
I
just
should
speak.
just make a motion.
Correct.
Would you like me to give an introduction?
Pardon me?
Would you like to make me to make an introduction, or is that in the motion?
I believe it's in the motion.
Is that in the packet?
Yes.
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I see at these events, but I don't think formally introduced myself. I'm Ronnie.
Nice to meet you, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Eli.
Eli.
How are you?
Good, good. Just trying to decipher what you guys are talking about a lot of times.
That's the problem with it's like playing a game of ping pong where no one tells you the rules beforehand, no one tells you the
Yeah.
all of a sudden things are going back and forth. and
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
like, what?
Random Google searches of like, what does that mean? What is this happening? Oh, okay. I think I get it. This is going to the council of the whole to go to the comment that I have. So,
Yeah.
Learning little pieces like that. But
Have you been I'm pretty new at this too, so have you been with WSBT for a while or?
no, since June.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh, so you're new at this process there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the basic process is that any ordinance or bill needs to have, it needs to be read 3 times and then voted on. So at the end of our meetings, we do first reading, and then it goes to committee. Every bill has to be assigned to a committee. Committee discusses it and then generally sends it to committee of the whole, which is officially a committee, but all 9 members are part of that committee.
Oh, got it. Okay.
That's where it gets second reading with another vote. And again, the vote at second is, they could table it, they could change it, or most commonly, they just send it to the full council with the recommendation. And then at third reading, you know, at some point during the 7 o'clock meeting, they rise from committee of the whole and rise into the full council. They have the third reading. And it's funny because the third reading is what's seemingly most boring part of the meetings, but it's actually the part that passes the.
Passes the actual thing. Okay.
But that's the general process, and so we're a lot of these today, all those like with those finance bills, a lot of those were they gave placeholders at the beginning. There's, with the budget, there's 10 different bills when they pass a budget. So there's the basic financial appropriations, and then there's all these salary provisions: fire, police, Teamsters, Common Council, clerk's council, mayor's office. I mean, not clerk's, clerk's staff, mayor's office. So all those are separate bills. So there was a lot of placeholder numbers because the mayor and council and clerk wanted to mirror what the city staff got. So if they were going to get a 2%, we initially thought it would be 2%. So everybody else modeled there. But then when, again, the mayor could speak for himself, I'm assuming it's in light of increased wages other places and in light of inflation, it would make sense to try to, as much as, to increase as much as, fiscally responsible, but still as much as possible. So for the city employees, they raised it to 2.5, and then so all mayor and those all got changed, substituted to 2.5. So that's a lot of what that was today. So now it'll go to the committee of the whole, where they probably will go quick, because I can't imagine anyone's gonna buck that, but, yeah.
And then 121, 21, that's the one where Hannah was talking about.
That's the one that Lori Hammond was talking about, and that will be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you need 5 people to agree on any one. You can amend it as much as you want, but you need 5 people and the mayor to agree on it. So
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll got that.
Are we coming up against the clock too?
If a new bill is not
Yeah, he's out here.
signed,
I'm sorry.
is not passed and signed by the mayor by before 12 midnight on November 1st. So
It should be good.
it has to be done in October, or else it doesn't go and it automatically reverts to rollover of 2021. So any new positions, any salary increases, any of that is just moot.
Did you get connected okay?
Yeah, I'm standing right under the speaker to try and get some.
I'm not sure
Is there-
what your coworkers usually do, that they just come in and set up and they go.
We have a different assignment manager, and he just said like, hey, ask them if they have this, and I was like, I've never done that before, but yeah, it was just one of those.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure you had what you needed.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Did you, okay.
I have this.
Okay.
It looks like you have more than that.
No, it's the same thing, I put
Just
in
a
your
different
guys'
font?
packet, so.
Did I have? Maybe I just pulled it on a page short. I don't see the other half of the page. So maybe I missed it somewhere, but I'll still take that from you because I don't.
I can give you this one, it's the same thing.
Okay, well, I'll trade you because this one doesn't have
Of what?
these 3 sentences.
Mysteries, you can find mysteries. I mean, it doesn't seem deep, that one.
Nope. Okay. I mean, it doesn't.
Are you using it, or are you changing it? What exactly are you doing? Is it you're making a motion or something?
I'm reading this.
Oh, you are reading that, oh, that goes that. I
Yep.
thought you were gonna add something to it that I needed to format.
No.
Okay, okay.
The motion needed to be made on the floor, and he drafted it, but he can't make the motion, so he just asked me to.
Gotcha, okay.
Everybody agreed on it.
We need a drink.
I still have some, thank you.
Do I need to read the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because nothing has been filed, that's the motion setting up the entire schedule.
Okay. Reading is something that I could do.
Yes.
Bob, I was realizing the motion that I made should probably be even clearer. I mean, it really should be, like, I said specialty pay, but it should be like all other amounts, or we go through and list specialty pay, longevity pay.
We will have a new
Okay.
ordinance in the writing
Oh, great.
for
Okay, yeah.
everybody to consider.
Oh, that's right.
We just needed the motion to
Okay, got
get
it.
us across the.
Get us to the.
Get us over the threshold.
Okay.
Yes, Bob
I
did all
just
the hard
hope
work.
that I just hope that motion.
I said Bob did all the hard work last week, so.
I guess I was worried that my motion wasn't legal. I mean, in terms of all the other aspects.
No, there's anything that I'm concerned about,
Okay.
I will let you know. You know, you guys had to make it 2.25 instead of 2.
I think it's important to make the point, you know?
Well,
No, I mean, you had to pick something that I hadn't calculated the numbers.
Well, yes, but it's, you know,
But Dan's going to
I don't
do
want
that.
to punish the firefighters, but next time get it done.
I probably could have done two, but that
doesn't-
2.25 was a little bit of a,
That's exactly what it is. It's,
everyone else is getting 2.5.
right, it's a little,
And you didn't get your
it's the
stuff
old
together.
school, you know, slap on the wrist. It's not to hurt you, it's just to show that,
And
that
you could have had 3.5 and
That's what I don't
your
get.
retirement account
What
if
was
you.
that?
you didn't get your act together.
my
Next time get your act together.
Seriously. I mean, next time, like, I wouldn't give them that. Like, they come back again?
Next year. Got it
That's like
next year.
undeserving.
Well,
To then give them 3.5 and
well,
that.
I can't speak for them, but if
I
they
mean,
would have different representation that would start in a different place, they might get a different response.
Yeah, but they've used the same for how many, I mean, like,
And
over
it's
and
been a
over, so why do they
disaster.
keep doing that?
There's
I mean, he's a good
250
guy,
firefighters, but the union is ran by a few people who have money, so.
I think we need to organize them, like, do
If
some
they
training,
start early enough,
agency training.
they would have started early enough, so we could work our way through it.
I mean, we were done before you guys started,
Mhm.
pretty much.
Oh, well.
Yep.
What are the real issues? What are the real issues in this salary ordinance? No one's telling me.
I honestly can't tell you.
It's like a power thing. It feels to me like a power thing.
You know, I try very hard not to look at things from a political aspect, so I don't delve into the whys and wherefores. I just do what council members ask me to do. But
That should be I'm sorry.
Would it be okay to just leave that there?
sure.
Sure, yeah. Is it off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. We have limited battery, we're not trying to.
You may want to go get another battery before tonight.
Oh, yeah?
It might be long.
Oh, really? Is it anyone in particular that you think, or is it the zoning one that you think is gonna take the longest?
Well, the zoning one's been continued, so that won't be on tonight's. But there may be some issues with the firefighters ordinance since
Oh,
they didn't reach an agreement but I have no way of telling.
yeah,
You know, when I expect a long meeting, it comes back short, and if I expect me home for dinner, I get home at midnight, so.
fair, okay.
So keep saying it'll be a long one.
Exactly, there we go.
I've been saying that for 2 weeks now.
I think I've ever formed my.
Oh,
Hi,
sorry.
Ronnie.
Bob Palmer, nice to meet
Pleasure
you.
to meet you, yeah, absolutely.
Ronnie?
Yeah.
Rachel Thomas Morgan.
Yeah,
Good
pleasure
to meet you.
Yeah.
You will probably hear me say no comments several times while you're here over the years.
Sounds good. Fair to know. We're all just trying to do our job, so as long as I don't get back and get yelled at. Did you even ask him?
No.
Said no comment.
No. I don't yell at people.
Oh, no, I'm saying back when I go back to the office.
No.
They're like, did you even get this?
No, when I can comment, I will.
Okay.
Probably won't come to it, but if I were to make a motion on 121 to scratch the whole thing and revert to keep 2021 salary ordinance with 2.5% increases, could I make such a motion, or do I actually need to have the ordinance in place?
No, you do not need to have the ordinance in place. It would have to be, we would have to, first it would have to pass, but then it would also have to be drafted and submitted tomorrow.
Okay, so but I can make a motion to replace it with that, and then the actual language could be done later. I want to get the language in advance. Okay, I can't imagine that would pass. That's where I am, so.
Never know what's going to pass.
Well, I know what the mayor would do with that, but that's his issue to work out.
So extra battery, you say, huh?
It might not be a bad idea.
All right, the reporter is gone. This whole issue about the violations bureau clerk, the first took it out of the administration's salary ordinance, but this is something that could always come back up again.
Yes. Well, the first salary ordinance took him out and put him in the administration. The first substitute put him back, and the second substitute left him there. So, I don't know which bill is
Left him in the clerk.
in the clerk's. So I don't know which bill is going to be presented tonight.
But what, if I recall the conversation and what Eli had brought up was that we could, now I'm
Oh,
missing it, we could bring it back and bring it up again for discussion somehow,
Mm-hmm.
whether we move it out of the clerk's office.
Mm.
I mean, if there was interest in that.
Yes. I mean, at this point, everything is on the table. Unless we accept the first sub as written, anything is on the table.
You have everybody in the city getting hazard pay. You don't have anybody, I mean, except for non-bargaining.
And I think the firefighters are still going to get their hazard pay.
Yeah. I mean, that city incentive was kind of, you know, whatever, a token to that in
Mhm.
some ways.
So the firefighters are going to be punished this year, and hopefully they learn their lesson and make up for it next year, or at least, if
Yeah.
not make up for it, at least get to where they should be bargaining from.
Some ways you're non-bargaining, always just don't have, I mean, you just don't have that voice, it's non-bargaining. You don't have, we don't even like provide any kind of retirement percentage, you know, like to
Mhm.
perf. The Teamsters, I mean, like, that's a huge benefit.
Right.
We really should be doing that for all our city employees.
Mhm. I think this is something, though, that's specific to firefighters and police officers, this program. And that was their top priority when we met with them. And they just basically let it go because they were too stubborn to sit down and talk. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
it's getting harder and harder for people to swallow pride, I guess. Just find
my
a way
personal-
forward.
My personal opinion was that the city's original offer was ridiculous, but they moved and they were very willing to do that retirement. And after that, there was no sitting down and talking. Nope, I don't get it.
I don't even remember what the original bill is now.
The original salary ordinance?
Original salary ordinance was 2%. That can't work, so it has to go to
Yeah,
2.5.
the original had 2%, and then after we reached the agreement with the Teamsters, then they came back with their first sub that moved it up to 2.5%.
Right.
And I was concerned that the Teamsters would not ratify it, but they did.
Yeah, well, as long as we didn't go over 2.5.
But you never,
Really? You think that would have?
I was
They would
concerned.
have felt like they needed more?
I think I was concerned because I thought somebody may say, well, why do we have a union representing us if we're not going to do better than everybody else? And during
Because
the...
they did better last year.
Yeah, well,
Very
they
well.
did much better last year. But And also, at the time we were doing the negotiations, it was pretty much understood that it was going to be 2% for everybody else.
Right.
So I was concerned. I'm glad it didn't happen, but I guess sometimes I just worry too much.
Yes, well, that's okay. I always think about worst case scenarios. Then you're ready. How do we do amendment after amendment? Like, each amendment should probably have its own motion. Like, rather than like hack a motion with A, B, and C. I mean, how can we regulate that?
The proper method would be to pass each amendment as to each topic individually. You're right. And then move on to the next amendment. But, I mean, that's the way I would prefer it, but if somebody wants to say, move to make the following amendments to the bill, and somebody seconds it, then it's too difficult to go back and repack or unpack it. But I wish that we could keep on one specific topic and make a decision on that before we move to something else. But we don't tend to do that.
Yeah, I think at some point I just.
I don't know unless you kind of set that, but I also don't want to open the floor to like 5 amendments.
Get on a diet and start
Well, if I get too confused, I'll suggest it.
6 months in, haven't done that much yet.
We need to hurry up and take this stuff out.
Dan is going to send it to us.
Oh, for fire?
I had it ready, but I didn't do the 2.25.
2.25? I gave you a hint on that.
I know. But I wasn't going to make any more changes until I knew what was happening.
Sounds good.
I think that we couldn't have gotten too much more express at that executive, right? Because we could talk about what our options are, we can't really decide what we want to do.
Right.
We were on the line, and I think somebody over here did make the comment, I would support that, and I think that crossed the line, but
Yeah, did it?
that's
Did
all
that cross
good.
the line?
Pardon me?
Did that cross the line?
But we're fine now.
Yeah, good.
It was kind of a second.
More important news. Jets just traded for Joe Black.
After yesterday's game, they should get traded for some defense.
Not really.
Ask me again in January, and let's see where I'm at.
Well, if you've done everything right for me
So
for
far.
the next 2 months, then no, I think I'm gonna eat some pistachios. I saw them at the. I had some chicken and rice for lunch, so I can't eat dairy for several hours after I eat. The only thing not dairy in the kitchen is
we got 4 people support one sub and 4 people support other sub, and Mr. Nine that doesn't support anything. We'll see
You
where it
know,
goes.
my biggest fear is the organizational meeting in January, electing officers, because you don't just take the top 2 or the top 3, somebody has to drop out so the votes can get to a majority.
I get very frustrated. I feel like we operate by reactional chaos.
That is true.
Everything
Everything.
is reactive chaos.
See how the wind blows.
I said, I think there's 4 votes for one sub and 4 votes for the other sub. And then Mr. Nine doesn't want to vote for anything. And
We can get to some compromise. I just asked our president, like, what is the issue? What can we talk about?
she won't. Which won't she say? She didn't. That's the biggest problem, is she won't. I asked her that 2 weeks ago, and she said, if you don't like it, vote no. Okay, well, that's productive. Bryce, there's a misunderstanding about this bill. Hey, let's talk about it. We don't get anything. Okay.
So the concern isn't necessarily even what we're voting on, it's like the fact that Aaron's concern that DC is big.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, she said with similar concerns that she had about INT. York is hard. Trying to look at efficiencies and what wasn't working. Trying to approach. Where's the new position? Where did that conversation come?
That conversation came from a suggestion by Lori, and then discussions that Lori suggested a trash special, somebody to focus on trash in the city. There were multiple people who suggested or wanted somebody in code that their sole purpose was to, in response to emergency dumpings, be able to coordinate pickups, be able to coordinate customers' complaints about code. This is kind of something that pulled out of another city that fit that kind of definition.
So that was Lori's ask of the administration.
It was Lori's ask. Clancy said he had an email back in like March.
So
Somebody
Karen,
to focus on trash.
so Karen was offended because
Tire-
she didn't know
tire
about
company.
that.
I don't know. There. Yeah, I don't know.
What are you willing to do?
I don't know. Nobody's talked to me about any of it, so how can I?
Well, we gotta keep 2.5. I'm not hearing anybody with problems with the pay incentive, the residency incentive.
No. I think
So let's
if you go
just
back-
go back to those two.
I don't think that's what's happening. It's gonna happen tonight. They're going, once again, go back to each person that's getting more than 5%, which is, we've now talked about 3 times.
These are the 11 positions here. Looking at, significant pay parity issues. Now, you've got 2 positions that were in the 40s, low 40s and low 50s that need a bump when you look at similar positions.
At this point, a lot of it's just even. Here. It's a $400 million budget, and we're squabbling over what's on that piece of paper. $80,000?
7?
At 7.
Is it 7?
It's at 7.
We need to go get something to eat.
Good idea.
How are you all?
Good.
Great. So you do a lot of the public stuff in the first hour or two, or whatever? And then-
Some of it, it depends how it's laid out.
Okay.
I think, the agenda tonight.
What's your name, honey?
Rachel Thomas Morgan.
Rachel?
We've
We
met,
didn't we?
yeah, at the bus tour.
Your hair's, something's different.
Well, since this summer, I probably like look
Fabulous
older
yellow
and more
pants.
tired. but-
Fabulous yellow pants. We can go across the street
I don't even know how to talk about this. Okay, so you know, we haven't had a full executive director for DCI since Scott Ford. That interim. And then we were on the mayor to hire a director because we were afraid he was gonna run the department and be mayor. That issue about like those G-mans.
Mhm.
I hope you got some response.
I did. I haven't checked in the last day, but I think I've gotten from almost everybody.
Because there is stuff floating out there.
Yeah, I haven't received anything from Henry. Canna, Lori, Sharon, you, Sheila. I don't know if I've gotten Karen yet. I got a ton from Lori. I expect that there's several from Henry that he just doesn't want to send them to me.
Well, what happens if they don't?
They have to,
Yeah.
yeah. That's one of my orders of business for tomorrow.
Ugly.
But from what I've seen, I don't see anything that's relevant to the lawsuit. Now, I have to say, I haven't examined them carefully yet. I haven't seen anything that's relevant to the lawsuit.
No, but I think
Water in
it
it,
points to
Rose?
something.
No, I just got some, thank you.
On
Good. I appreciate it. Okay. What's the big
How
news story, Ronnie?
councilmember
Jim,
Tremaine
121?
And so,
Is it controversial?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Well, that's up to you guys to decide.
No, you guys know better than we do.
This one gonna be a late one again? Or no?
I don't think so.
oh gosh,
I know you
you just jinxed
I
it.
jinxed it? She says I
Yes.
jinxed it.
He
You
just
guys
jinxed
were
it.
entertaining 2 weeks ago. You had me laughing.
You realize your primary job tonight is to stop me from going after them when they start making amendments.
I did, that's what I said, it's entertaining.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago was funny. I did keep my big top whistle in my pocket, though.
Good idea, Bob, you, yeah. You should have a whistle. Can you have one?
So Bob, does the salary ordinance have to be passed tonight?
We'd have to have a special meeting.
You're going to have, and I don't know if we have time to jump through all the hoops to have a special meeting. Because we have to give notice and,
Yeah, but just a 48-hour notice, right?
I don't think so. I think there's, I don't know exactly what it is, but there's separate requirements. The notice has to be personally delivered to each council member.
It took the county council 6 days to set up their special meeting tomorrow, or Wednesday night, their special meeting.
Really? Remember when we did it with that technical glitch? Like, that turned around pretty fast.
Technically, I don't think we have to do the salary ordinance tonight because it's already in the budget. So we're not increasing the budget.
We're not increasing the budget.
So the budget's already been passed.
Right.
You'll have several city employees unhappy with you if you don't, but.
Yeah, I don't know why. The town doing what we got. Oh, no, that's been good sway since I've been on. It's gonna be a sway for another 100 years.
It's going to be a race to motion.
That's what amendments. Like you said, they're gonna drive him nuts with amendments.
We should pick it off one at a time.
Get your cord working? Begin a new cord.
It isn't working. You're right. What is the deal? No, I think it works at home, so I think it's that. There you go. Hey, Dawn.
Hey,
Who takes care of like fixing electrical outlets? This doesn't work.
that would be a county thing.
This doesn't work, and, wait, I think I tried the one under here, and it doesn't work either.
Okay, that would definitely be county, so I will let them know.
Yep. The two bottom ones down here don't work.
Okay. Is your,
So we need
Big
an
one out.
electrician to come out.
your battery going out?
Yeah, it doesn't,
Oh.
that one doesn't.
This one doesn't.
These two down here, but they should just check everything.
I'll make sure.
Hmm? What? All right, Dawn, it might be my problem.
Why you say that?
Mine works.
Oh,
This does, but like, ooh, that can't be right.
is it still not working?
It works here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe mine's just like, maybe mine's just on the fritz. Flitz, whatever the word is. Wow. Are these supposed to be moved this time? I really don't want to be there.
Set them out on the streets, and then they complain when they're out on the streets, and they don't want to.
Somebody want anything to
There are a couple of places I made calendar years, calendar years. I did my best with mine.
Hopefully if the essence is there, we're all right.
Let somebody challenge it. So nothing happened today at all?
I was texting Sandy all day to see if she received anything, and crickets.
Well, I was tempted to do that. But I think I don't think I've said, I think it was the chill of my daughter that she was so proud of me. Because I feel fine.
Got it all out of the system.
But it was still about 11:30.
We're like, oh, God, that's an awful way to start the day. But no, nothing.
We'll see if there's anybody speaking in opposition to.
I would assume there will be. I almost spoke in favor of that zoning bill. I live right there. I mean, that's the problem, is like, the reason why I would spoke in favor of it is, they're gonna do it anyway, so only through rezoning are you gonna get the concessions, so you have to vote it, you have to rezone, so that would be the point.
Transmission lines no matter what.
Right, so that's not what they're voting on, and I think that came through eventually, but it took a little while. Frankly, nor do I.
Yeah, I know.
Nor do I.
Pardon me?
Nor do I.
Yeah, you do.
I think what you could say is you don't get paid enough.
Yeah, that.
You do get paid too, but not enough. But an extra 0.5% a year.
I was just gonna skip this and go to cops and goblins, but Eli didn't want to chair the personal finance committee meeting.
I think that would have been
I
excellent.
offered, you asked me, I said yes. I will not take responsibility for this.
We could have just had the whole council, we wouldn't have had a quorum. Everybody said cops and goblins.
Might get the same result, just a whole lot more enjoyable process.
Exactly.
Dan, I think you and I need to make a pact. If one of us is here for next year's negotiations, we both have to be here.
I think that that's fair, Bob. This one, we're gonna get started early though.
Yes.
Troy, it goes until 7:30, so we'll probably be done.
Is it
Yeah.
just one?
It means the same.
I got the other ones, so I'm gonna give them to you.
She'll say that it's been tabled until.
Thank you.
Okay, if she does ask you, sure.
you did hi. Did you hear Rachel? Did you hear Rachel?
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
She said, did Dan do the math or did you?
Dan.
And I trust it.
Yeah, I asked him to do that for me.
I just want to make sure the verbiage is right for Dawn. So we're going to, you guys amended the council, right?
Yes.
It's not a sub, so it's just an amendment. to the
Yeah,
verbiage.
it is a sub.
You were going to have to make it a sub now?
Yeah.
For the council ordinance?
Oh.
No, because you submitted that one.
Yeah, but that's not what was sent out.
It was your first letter that was sent out. Where you sent me residence on that bill 110, correct, it says 2.5.
Yeah, let's make it a sub.
Maybe a substitute. And then I can just change the verbiage on the ordinance you sent me.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll go work on that now. I'll let her know. And then 124 is you need to accept a substitute. So both of these you have to accept a substitute.
about it.
Well, we were working up onto it till about 4:30, so it kind of all got the written commitments in from AEP, like.
On here, we're gonna go ahead and rewrite it.
So I'm gonna reach out to him and
make
say,
this a
hey,
substitute
you
as
know,
well.
They're already working on
So they need
scheduling
to
it.
accept a sub here and here tonight. And then I need to go scan in what Angela submitted.
They
for
need to
110.
accept it on the, this is the third one. They need to accept it on the second one. Yeah. So let me put this.
I just say Angela's on.
oh, thank you. Yeah, I want to let her know the residents are afraid they're going to lose them.
Oh, okay.
So they
Okay,
want to do
120,
that?
so they want a substitute.
They wanted
accept
it
a
to
substitute.
get confirmation on that burn, and if they couldn't get it,
I just
then
need to
it was
scan
gonna
this in, the stuff that they sent, and then recreate that ordinance for the council.
except for Angela, is that
That way I don't
portion
have
that
to do that.
100 foot easement that they going through the property, let's make sure it goes all the way north and south continually and not interrupted.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's what she was just texting me, and she's like, no, we're 100% sure. I should have just, I just wanted to make sure it's here.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, even if they don't want a meeting, we have to have the committee meeting to make a recommendation to send it on to the committee of the whole.
It is what it is.
Mhm. Yeah, she won't even, she won't mention it. Sheila will do that in the committee of the whole.
We don't even need to talk about one.
So continue, I gotta continue to,
Yeah.
don't talk about it.
Okay.
Sorry. Go grab you one.
Yes, we don't have time.
Really fast.
You know what, you do walk fast.
25th, 2021 Common Council meeting to order. Clerk Jones, I believe that you would like to make some statements regarding the length of this meeting and other expectations. Yes. Good evening, members of the public. For audio quality, we will be muting everyone not speaking by default to maintain good audio quality for the council as well as yourselves. For virtual audience, if you would like to speak during the meeting on a specific agenda item, please submit your requests in the chat, and you will find the directions to do so in the chat. We ask that you provide your full name and address, as those are required for all speakers at in-person council meetings. If you would like to be called on during the meeting to provide public input, please insert the following to the chat, and you will be called on during the relevant time. Put your full name, your address, and the agenda item that you would like to speak on, whether for or against. You will then be given 5 minutes to speak. Please be sure to unmute yourself prior to giving your remarks. If you would like to speak at privilege of the floor, it would be necessary for, again, you to put your name and your address, and the council president will call on you at that time. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to read this statement for the record. Disrespectful, rude, or disruptive speech or actions will not be tolerated. Such speech and/or actions, as well as verbal attack on any person, may result in the individual who's speaking losing their time. And again, we want to make sure that all the comments or interactions, that they're dealt with a level of respect as well as dignity as well. At this time, our invocation will be given by Aman Mohammed, if he's present, or is he joining us virtually? I'm looking for him. I don't see him virtually. Okay. If he's not present, it appears that he's not, I would like to ask Councilmember Kenneth Lee, First District Representative, to share the invocation with us at this time.
Bow your heads to the gracious Heavenly Father. We ask today, as we prepare to do the business of the city, I pray, God, right now that you would allow us to work together in unity. We know, God, that a house divided cannot stand, and a city divided cannot stand, and a council divided cannot stand. So we invoke your presence in tonight's hearings and proceedings, and that you will help us make decisions that will make our city better. We pray, God, that you will help us to work together, work in unity, bind us together with cords that cannot be broken, and allow us to be able to see from different viewpoints so that we can help push the city of South Bend to a higher level. We even pray for those who have been victims of gun violence in our city. And we pray, God, that you allow peace to flow throughout our cities like a river. And we ask today, God, that you would just be with us and that you would touch everyone, those that are going through issues personally, those that are going through issues and problems. We ask that you would help us to be able to turn to you and look to you. These things we ask in your Son's name. Amen.
Thank you. We'll now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Clerk Jones, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Davis.
Henry's here.
Councilmember Lee.
Present.
Councilmember Warner.
Here.
Councilmember Wax.
Present.
Councilmember Niskoski.
Present.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan.
Present.
Councilmember Hammond.
Present.
Vice President McBride.
Present.
President White.
Present.
9 present.
Thank you. Well, now, will you please read the report from the Subcommittee on Minutes for the September 27th meeting?
Yes. Report of Subcommittee on Minutes. To the Common Council of the City of South Bend, the subcommittee has inspected the minutes of the September 27, 2021 meeting and found them to be correct. Therefore, we recommend the same be approved.
Entertain a motion to accept the subcommittee on minutes for the September 27th meeting.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion, and it's been seconded. I don't believe we have to do roll call for this motion. And all council members who are in favor of the motion might hear your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. There is no special business at this time, nor do we have any reports from the city offices. Would entertain a motion to resolve into the committee of the whole.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion might hear your vote.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. The committee of the whole is now in session. This is the portion of the council's meeting where bills are given a second reading and public hearing. I wish to share with you that the bills that will be given a second reading and public hearing have been given a first reading and set for committee meeting and public hearing prior to this evening's meeting. In addition, you will hear from the chairperson of the committee where the bill was discussed and the results of their discussion. If the proposed ordinance is a zoning ordinance, a report from a staff member will be given. In all other situations, the formal presentation on the proposed ordinance will immediately follow the committee report. The formal presentation shall be untimed. So we're going to move for the first bill, which is a second substitute bill, 121-21. Clerk Jones, will you please read the bill?
Yes. Public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum salaries and wages of appointed officers and non-bargaining employees of executive departments of the City of South Bend, Indiana for the calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, Chair. Bill 121-21 was heard in Personnel and Finance Committee 2 weeks ago and came out of the committee with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Is the petitioner present?
Hi, yes, thank you. Council members, Dan Parker, City Controller. My office is on the 12th floor of this building. I do want to say that the city did file a request with the clerk's office to withdraw the second substitute and revert back to the first substitute. And so I will ask Attorney Palmer if there's action that needs to be taken on that front.
The effect is that the first substitute is again being substituted, so the council would have to accept the first substitute as the effective bill under consideration. There would need to be a motion and a vote by the council.
So I'd like to make a motion to hear the first substitute bill.
Second.
There's been a motion and it's been seconded. So Clerk Jones, can you please read the first substitute bill?
Public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council.
Excuse me, I think we need to have a roll call vote
Oh,
on the motion.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wax?
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President McBride? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
President White?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Okay, now,
Now, the first substitute is the effective bill being discussed and open for hearing.
okay.
I'm ready? All right. So thank you again, council members, for the hearing this evening. I do have just a short presentation that I'll go through, but we've talked about this at a number of different meetings, and so happy to answer any questions for sure that come up. So one thing that I did want to just start off with is to kind of clarify what this bill is. So this is the non-bargaining salary ordinance. The salary ordinance and the budget work together. They are intertwined. The salary ordinance fixes the salaries based on position title. So essentially the question that this bill answers is how much should a particular position get paid if the city were to hire that position? It does not mandate that the city hire any of these positions. It doesn't tell how many of these positions are going to exist in the city. That is the function of the budget. So the budget is what allows the city to actually hire the various positions as listed in the salary ordinance, and is informed by the salary ordinance in that the amounts that are listed in the salary ordinance are what inform how much is put in the budget for each of the various departments, and that's what we've been presenting over the past few months. So I did want to just clarify that these ordinances work in tandem, and so the decisions that are made for one ordinance affect the other ordinance. So if decisions are made on the salary ordinance to amend it or change it, that does have a necessary impact on the budget because they do work in tandem. And the budget, as council members know, was passed 2 weeks ago. So I did want to just make that note. That being said, we had talked about through a variety of different meetings, all of the different changes that were in both the salary ordinance in terms of new titles and positions being changed, as well as in the budget, because a lot of these, especially new positions, may not need a salary ordinance change. They may already be in the salary ordinance, and the budget just simply allows us to hire more people into that role, or to change which roles are being hired in a particular department, or what have you. So these changes that we have talked about over the past several months are really both salary ordinance changes and budget changes. I know that there has been a lot of conversation, both at the hearing 2 weeks ago and previous to that, about the positions that are receiving a raise that is not equal to, and that should say 2.5%. This was updated, so a position raise that is not equal to 2.5%, which is the standard raise for non-bargaining. So it just want to put a summary in there. So there were 34 positions that were listed on the original proposal for positions that were getting something different than the standard 2.5%. The 34 positions, just as a baseline, that represents less than 8% of non-bargaining employees in the city. So it's not as though this is a huge number relative to the total number of non-bargaining employees that we have, but 34 is the number. Of those 34 positions, 8 actually don't require any change in the salary ordinance itself. So this is where I was talking about how the salary ordinance and the budget work together. This is moving employees from one title in the salary ordinance to another title in the salary ordinance. Both titles already exist in the salary ordinance, and so it's not as though any amendment needs to be made to any of those specific titles. It's just changing which titles are being utilized. And so that's 8 of the 34 positions. 11 more of the 34 positions are related to reorganization in my department in administration and finance, and I know we've talked about this probably 4 or 5 times at this point. But that reorganization eliminated 2 positions, and in order to save the city money overall, we wanted to be fiscally responsible and eliminate 2 positions, as well as creating a more equitable hierarchy, positions that would be easier to recruit and retain, and that is why those positions are receiving a raise above the standard 2.5%. We are managing the same amount of work with 2 fewer positions, and so everybody's going to have to take a little bit more, and so everybody's responsibility is increasing a little bit. And that was the proposal there. This is a great example of how these 2 ordinances work together. It's hard to say, yes, we're going to reduce the 2 positions, but we're not going to provide the increases to account for the fact that everybody who's left is going to have to take on a little bit more work. So these ordinances do just work together in that fashion. 7 of the positions, of the 34 positions, are related to a reorganization in DCI, which I know we've talked about a number of times as well. Those positions have the following goals. In general, we want to create an organizational structure in DCI. So these are things like switching the director of planning and the building commissioner's salary caps to try and create the right organizational hierarchy and reporting that we want to see in that department. Eliminating the part-time historic preservation position, and then adding that responsibility that was previously filled by the part-time role to the current historic preservation administrator position, and then providing some additional compensation to account for that additional responsibility, just creating the organizational structure that we believe is appropriate in that department. Another goal of those of that reorganization is aligning positions with strategic priorities. So we talked about how there's a lot of money coming into the city and a lot of programming that we want to make sure is available to our community. So that's things like moving current positions into housing and neighborhood-focused positions and changing some of the titles within those current positions. Again, we're trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can and not just always add positions when we can repurpose positions that already exist and change. We like to do that, and that's one of the goals we have here. And then ensuring equity. And so you'll see this as a pretty consistent theme. We've talked about how, especially at the department head level, there is a goal that we have to ensure equity across the city and make sure that we are compensating people commensurate with the level of responsibilities that they have. So that really leaves 8 positions that are outside of those ones that we've already talked about. And the remaining 8 positions focus on some of the same things that are going on in DCI. So it's accounting for revised or expanded responsibilities. So some of the examples from Public Works, these are really just jobs that are significantly changing from the current job. And so the salary is changing in a commensurate way. And again, ensuring equity. So for example, the Director of Facilities and Grounds is scheduled to receive a raise, or is proposed to receive a raise above the 2.5%. That position leads a large department, a very important department, and is compensated significantly below where other directors that lead similar types of departments, similar types of divisions are compensated within the city. And so we want to make sure that we're ensuring that equity. And then addressing inability to compete in the labor market, and we've talked about this from the INT perspective a number of times, that we're never going to be able to compete with private firms. That's never the goal, especially in innovation and technology, but we don't want to fall too far behind either. And so we single out and target specific positions that we recognize that are in high demand in the community, and we want to make sure that we're able to compete, attract and retain individuals into those positions. And then lastly, something that's gotten a lot of conversation is achieving the desired citywide minimum wage. And so that is the position of custodian, which is getting an increase that's greater than 2.5% in order to get to the desired full-time minimum wage of about $15.40 an hour, or $32,000 annually. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council members have on any of these items, any of the other items in the salary ordinance. But I did want to, again, go through the reasons why the administration is proposing these specific targeted raises as opposed to any other proposal that we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parker, for your presentation. Council members, do you have any questions of the petitioner? Councilwoman Lori Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Are you adding any new positions to the finance department?
The salary ordinance calls for, the budget calls for one additional position in the finance department, yes.
That did not previously exist and is not part of the restructuring?
It's part of the restructure. It did not previously exist, though. No, you're right. So it's a net decrease of 1. You're correct.
Secondly, regarding DCI, there have been multiple requests for some type of metrics to measure success and I guess you would say community satisfaction with this department, and we have still not received anything that would operate as a metric. We've asked for the survey so that perhaps the feedback from the employees would give us some insight into how this department is operating. We still have no survey. Got anything?
I believe that the Department of Community Investment did come and present metrics on housing specifically. There's metrics on other areas as well. I believe Mr. Garces is on. He can speak to that. But before I turn it over to him, specifically on the survey, I think we've talked about that a number of times. We are working on it. We want to do it. It takes a long time to put together. And we want to make sure we do it correctly. We don't want to rush it to just fit within an arbitrary timeline. So we are going to do that, and when we do it, we will share those results with council members, but it is not done as of right now.
Thank you.
And then I will ask if Mr. Garces wants to answer any additional questions on metrics.
Sure. Hello, Council. This is Santi Garces. I am the Executive Director of the Department of Community Investment with offices in the 14th floor of the City County building. Again, we presented a number of times on different items that the department does. And I think that when we think about the work that the department does, we can think about some broader metrics where the department has some influence, but are obviously have ultimately other factors that are extraneous to the city. The city, whatever action it takes does not unilaterally control outcomes in the community. But we talked about the changes in the past decade in the median household income from $35,000 to over $44,000 between 2013 and 2019. We talked about the increasing population in the city, and actually when we go and compare to similar cities of our size in across the Midwest, we're one of only 3 cities that kind of have a similar demographic profile that have experienced growth over the past decade. And then we, besides the outcomes, we also look at the outputs, the work that we do. And again, I know that the council has been asking us to be much more rigorous and careful about how we extend tax abatements and other incentives. So like we've shared some of those data. We've shared again as part of the recovery and reaction to COVID, some data around the city's response. We received $7 million from the federal government to be able to support businesses in addressing impacts of COVID, and we're above the benchmark on the money lent. It included the first $50,000 loan to a small business in the West Side. We have also created and delivered funding, extraordinary funding for restaurants that were the most impacted by the COVID pandemic. So again, we continue to think about broadly the different elements of the actions that we take, the consequences of those actions, and then ultimately the impact that it has in the community. And we know that us as a department have a big task, and a lot of what we do exists within a broader macroeconomic context and a broader social context. And we continue to learn and listen to the community about what are the things that we're doing right and what are the things that we're not hitting the mark on.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
No, I understand what has been accomplished. Those are not necessarily measurements of efficiency and metrics of which is what we're looking for. But I do appreciate the programs that your department runs. Thank you.
Is there any other council members here that have a question? President White?
Yes, I just have a question, and I think that I'll save my comments when we come back around. As we begin to look at the number of positions that are being proposed, my concern has been, not only the number of positions, but also how do we phase these positions in, and what are the plans for these positions as we begin to look in terms of advancing the goals and objectives that the community has raised, but also the council members and the relationship with American Rescue dollars.
Yes, and thank you for the question, President White. I think that especially as it relates to the American Rescue Plan dollars and the programs that were contained in the budget that was passed 2 weeks ago, a lot of that is related to the additional positions as well as the increases that we just talked about in DCI. And I know a few weeks ago, Santi went through a presentation that essentially connected each one of those proposed new positions to one of the proposed programs and sort of tried to connect the dots, as it were, to these are the positions that are being proposed in order to implement the programs that are out there. We are proud of the fact that we have a relatively low overhead rate on the American Rescue Plan dollars. We calculated our additional overhead requirements is about 4% of the additional inflow of dollars. That's pretty efficient. But the bottom line is that we think that these programs are going to need additional staff in order to program and get the dollars out there into the community.
Did you have another question, President? Is there any other questions at this time, council members?
No question.
No? Okay. Councilman Davis?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the philosophy is we spend more money to correct a problem that a department could probably have corrected before. Because it just seems like they were throwing more money at a problem and expecting it to be corrected. So when we're here next year, God willing, we're going to ask questions about metrics and if those things were taken care of. I vividly remember sitting here, Councilmember Lee asking a question about trees being cut back for street lighting, and that question not even being answered. And that is just a departmental thing that we shouldn't necessarily be asking for, because that should be a part of just the simple city services that are funded yearly. So we're adding more staff to get trees cut back. Or, excuse me, we're creating more new positions to get trees back, cut trees back. And my question is, again, is the philosophy you're just going to throw more money at a problem and hope that it gets corrected, or do we have any level of insight that we know that these things are going to get fixed because we have additional staff that's getting paid way more than most?
So yes, thank you, Councilmember Davis. The philosophy is not just throw money at the problem and hope it fixes itself. So there are very targeted proposals around specific programs and the need to administer those programs. Regarding Councilmember Lee's question on cutting back trees, I'm sorry, I don't remember the question, but we do have a program where we cut back trees for streetlights as well as street signs. That's our Public Works Department working with our Department of Venues, Parks and Arts and the Forestry Division. If there are concerns about a specific area, those can be submitted to the 311 and it'll go to the board or to the Department of Public Works, and they'll work with VPA to get that done. So that does already happen. Also, the new positions are not specifically related to tree trimming. So that is not in the proposed new positions or position upgrades. That is a program that exists currently. But broader than that, the goal here is to really have a broad and detailed look at what programs the community wants to see, and then really look at what resources will be necessary to administer those programs. Yes, in a year, we need to make sure we're measuring, not just a year from now, but in the interim between now and a year from now, we need to make sure we're measuring, is what we're doing effective? If it's not effective, we need to change course, and we need to look at some new ideas and creative ideas, like the city is trying to do with the lead dollars that it has. There was just an article in the paper this morning of how anything we can do to try and get that money out of the community, we're trying to do. Those are the kinds of things that we need to keep doing and measuring how much of this money is being spent, how is it being spent, is it being spent effectively, and is that actually addressing the problems that community members have. That can be done anytime during the year, and we always want to come and talk to council, talk to committees about how those programs are going, how they're being administered, and what's going on in the community. But within the context of the budget, we first need to have the resources necessary to implement and administer them.
You stated that it was already being taken care of. it wasn't and it hasn't been. That's why it was a question, that's why it was a request. I want to move on to the next question. When there are new positions or raises in some departments, such as IT, will those costs be passed on to other departments, perhaps through allocations?
Yes, so the IT department is one of our administrative departments, is allocated out, the costs of that are allocated out to operational departments. That's in accordance with GFOA best standards. Best practices, we do that. It's the right accounting methodology, and so yes, the increased cost would be allocated out.
Thank you.
Is there any other, Councilwoman McBride?
Thank you. My question is, if you can, I don't know when the last time it was touched upon, the question I believe was asked of how many positions, new positions were being asked or created using COVID funds and the sustainability of those funds after they are absorbed. How are these proposed positions going to be funded?
Yes, thank you, Vice President McBride. So there are 4 positions in the proposed salary ordinance that are proposed to be funded through ARP funds, 1 in the Department of Public Works and 3 in the Department of Community Investment. So the one in the Department of Public Works is an engineer position, and that position will work to help implement some of the really large-scale projects like the Dream Center and others that are a part of the ARP funds. And so just staffing up that division to try and make sure that we're able to actually implement these projects. That engineer will also help with a lot of the projects that are going to be coming underway in the water and sewer side. So it is partially funded, or it's partially going to be allocated to ARP funded, but will also, especially after ARP projects are completed, work on the water and wastewater side. And so that position, as well as the positions in DCI, are subject to the annual budgeting process, right? And what that process is evaluating what the city needs at any given point in time, and then appropriating money accordingly. And so as those positions are not needed because programs are no longer funded through the ARP funds, then we can reassess whether those positions are still needed through the annual budget process. And if they are, because they can be repurposed for something else, that's great, and we can have that conversation. But if not, then we can reduce those positions, and then through normal attrition, generally find new positions for individuals within the city.
And what is the deadline for the use of the ARP funds again?
It is through the end of 2024.
Thank you. No other questions, thank you.
Councilman Wax?
Thank you. I think you've been doing this for a few years, right?
Yes, sir.
Outside the financial, outside your department, when was the last time a department had a net decrease in employees?
I don't have the numbers offhand, but I can go back and look at them. Actually, I do believe last year, Venues, Parks, and Arts had a net decrease in employees. So that was probably the last time.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, is there any other council members that have a question at this time? If not, we are going to move to the public portion hearing. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of the first substitute bill 121-21? Okay.
I don't see anyone from the virtual public that is wishing to speak in favor of substitute bill 121-21, first
Okay.
substitute.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present wishing to speak in opposition of the first substitute bill 121-21? And if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Jason Badicki, 3822 Ford Street. So just to clarify one thing from Santi, he said average household income in South Bend was $44,000 and change in 2019. According to census.gov, it was actually $40,265. That a 10% overstatement is pretty significant, particularly when you consider that the national average household income is over $69,500. I don't understand the need to constantly exaggerate or misstate numbers that are very easily findable on Google. It is not that hard. And then to kind of expand on Councilman Wax's question, not only what departments lost people, but who were those people? Did we cut administrative people, or did we actually lose the people down on the street doing the jobs? I think that would be more useful information to find out. Because, yeah, VPA lost people, but they lost Teamsters members, not administrators drawing large salaries.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. I think you guys all know my passion is with the Teamsters and with the blue-collared worker. And to keep giving the administration more people at the top to dictate what the people at the bottom should do is ridiculous. Less focus on administration, more on the actual worker is what needs to be the focus. If you want to clean up the streets, you want to cut your trees, you want those stop signs invisible, you want those street lights open, you need more people down on the streets doing the actual labor and forget the administration, because I'm sorry, but you don't need 3 people sitting at a desk pushing papers to tell a man on the street how to cut a tree. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, do you see anyone online, Clerk Jones?
I don't see anyone online that's wishing to speak in opposition of this bill.
Thank you very much. At this point, the public hearing on the first substitute bill, 121-21, is now closed. Council members, do you wish to make any statements regarding this bill? Councilwoman Hammond?
Yes, this morning I issued a press release regarding this bill. I just want to read a short piece from this because I think it's really important. Our nation is facing an epidemic of wage inequality. Economic injustice often means racial injustice. I believe the city has an opportunity as well as a responsibility to act as a leader in countering this problem. Unfortunately, I believe the current proposed salary budget does little to address this injustice. The administration continues to counter with the argument of their inability to pay higher wages to hourly workers while offering significant salary cap increases to select salaried employees and department heads. At the same time, other employees are only receiving a 2.5%.
Racial injustice. I believe the city.
Okay. At the same time, the other employees are only receiving a 2.5% increase. So I strongly urge my council colleagues to stand firm in their commitment to what is equitable and just. Workable solutions are possible if we're willing to do the hard work necessary. That's how compromises are done. If we hope to continue to run this city in an efficient manner, we must have workers willing to work for the wages we are offering. The private sector is offering massive signing bonuses as well as wages which are significantly above what the city is currently proposing. We are not going to be able to hire hourly workers at $15.40. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other council members wishing to make a statement? Councilman Wax?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I won't be voting in support of this ordinance, but I do want to be clear that I do support a increase of the 2.5% increase for employee salaries. Unfortunately, I do think that the city, in creating its budget, I think establishes the wrong priorities on where we need to focus those very valuable dollars. And as Dan mentioned, and as we know, the wage ordinance is the other part of the budget. They work hand in hand, they work in tandem. Just as I did not support the overall budget ordinance, I won't be supporting this. Should there be a proposal to increase the salaries for all employees by 2.5%, without creating significant new positions or the extensive restructuring that is being proposed, I would be happy to support that, but I cannot support this ordinance as is.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other council members? Councilman Davis?
I couldn't have said it any better. I support what Mr. Eli Wax just stated. Can't say it any better.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman McBride?
Well, I know that I sent a request to have an amendment to remove the position and to cap the salaries at 5% and not fluctuating between 14% and 9%, or for employees who are not at the $32,000 minimum wage that is proposed, which I support that. Those were my two asks for people to ensure that they are being compensated with higher prices for all of the employees that's going around, for people to have livable wages. However, for those many positions being into a department as well without any real substantive descriptions of what's going to happen. We ask other people to provide information of specific budgetary or job duties, and we are not sure of what is really going to be done or asked for. We definitely, as a council, have had many meetings in the public of asking what did the neighbors want, and what did the neighborhoods want, and what is best for the neighborhoods. But to not have clarity of what those job duties are is very significant.
Okay, thank you. President White?
Yes, I would like to first begin my comments with that no one would overstate that this has been a very challenging time for not only the council members, the administration. We have been involved in two negotiations with Teamsters and with the firefighters. There's been a lot of misinformation and a lot of misunderstanding. When a council person asks a question, that does not mean that that particular person is not in support of the vision for the city. We have every right to ask a question and to get clarity. And somehow the culture has shifted where that is not viewed as being, quote, supportive of the administration. That's far from the course. I have always been very respectful as best as I can, but I do have a right to ask questions. I do have a right to dig in deeper, because that's our jobs as elected officials. And because of that, it has really caused some major constraints at the council level, but also with council members being viewed, not again being supportive of the vision of the administration. I personally believe that we should be giving more to our employees, especially those that are really doing the work at the ground level. And just because a person asks a question and say, well, you know, I don't see it this way, that does not make that person or that council person, even any individuals coming to the council meetings, as if they, one, they should not ask that question, and two, that it's not a valid question. This is our city. We have been elected as council members to ensure that we articulate the needs of our citizens, and especially those who may not have a voice, or those who may not even know the process. You know, I've been involved many of years, and I'm still asking questions. I'm still making mistakes at particular times, but that it should not be viewed from a negative perspective. I'm not saying that it is. But also, I want to clarify for the record, comments in regards to asking about community investment, I can only speak for myself, Karen L. White. It was not directed towards the director, Santi, and it was not directed to treat him unfairly. And so again, those comments have been made, and they are very heartening as I begin to look at where we're at. And we have the opportunity with all of the additional dollars that we have to really bring about change for our community. But it's going to take us coming together, working, it's a give and take. And I'm not saying that we've not done that, but we're not at the point that we should be at as a council.
Thank you. Councilman Lee?
My comments is that I think that this has been probably one of the hardest processes that we've all gone through, and it is very important that as we look at opportunities for the individuals who do the work, that they be compensated fairly for it. I think that we have to consider the fact that these are very much historical times. We got an opportunity to make some positive changes. We got an opportunity to make a big impact in our city, and our city is looking for us to do what's right, and they're looking for us to have leadership, and they're looking for us to be able to help push South Bend forward. And so I just wanted to comment on the fact that it is very important that we work together, that we get out of our emotions and begin to look at the future for what's best for South Bend. And a lot of hurt things have happened during this process, and I hope moving forward we can find a way to bury whatever issues we have and move forward, because our city needs us right now, and we're all in this position to be able to make a difference for those who may not have a voice.
Thank you. Is there any other comments council members wish to make at this time? Okay, if not, I'll entertain a motion regarding the bill.
Make a motion to send Bill 121-21 to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I second.
Okay, there's been a motion on the floor, and it has been seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Wax?
Nay.
Councilmember Nisgowsky?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Strictly to secure the hourly wage that has been negotiated, I will vote yes.
Vice President McBride?
Nay.
Councilmember Davis?
Nay.
Councilmember Lee?
Nay.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
President White?
Nay.
5 nays and 4 ayes.
Okay, the bill has failed.
No, it still has to go to the committee, the full third reading.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it'll be sent to the full council with a what's?
Second motion.
The motion fails, right?
We need another motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we send this with no recommendation.
I second.
Okay, there has been a motion to send this to the council with a no recommendation. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wax?
Nay.
Councilmember Nisgowsky?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Nay.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President McBride?
Nay.
Councilmember Davis?
Nay.
Councilmember Lee?
Nay.
Councilmember Warner?
Nay.
President White?
Nay.
7 nays and 2 ayes.
So the motion has failed. Okay. We are going to move on to the next bill, Bill number 123.
Excuse
Okay,
me,
wait a minute.
Chair, we still need to get this out of the committee of the whole, so there's
Yeah.
one other option available.
Okay, what is the last option?
The last option is a motion to make an unfavorable recommendation to the council as a whole.
What was the last motion that was just made?
No
No
recommendation.
recommendation, and what is the recommendation for this?
The only option left is to send it to the full council with an unfavorable recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a point of order question, please. Attorney Palmer, should this fail, could you just explain to us what happens?
If the ordinance does not pass, it goes back to the current salaries and compensation packages from the current salary ordinance.
And could we please have a clarity on what the motion is again, one more time?
We move for, this, amendment.
Attorney Palmer, could you please clarify the motion?
The motion,
Okay,
motion
so-
that is pending is to send the first substitute of 121-21 to the full council with an unfavorable recommendation.
With favorable recommendation?
Unfavorable.
I just want to make sure I have it right here. Okay. Okay, there has been a motion. It was seconded to send the first substitute bill 121-21 to the full council with an unfavorable recommendation. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Nay.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Nay.
Councilmember Hammond,
Once again, I cannot deny the hourly workers their increase. Nay.
Vice President McBride. Aye. Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
6 ayes.
6 ayes and 3 nays.
Yes.
So at this point, we will send the bill to the full council with a favorable recommendation. I'm sorry, with an unfavorable recommendation that it has been passed with
Correct.
6 ayes. Okay. Whew, okay, so we are going to now move on to the next bill, number 123-21, as amended in committee. Clerk Jones, will you please give the bill a second reading?
Public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the Common Council members for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, the substitute bill for 123-21 comes out of the Personnel and Finance Committee with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Is the petitioner present?
Yes. My name is Karen White. I'm currently the president of South Bend Common Council. I bring forth this substitute bill as amended in reference to the 2022 salary ordinance for the Common Council, which is set at 2.5% comparative to all non-bargaining employees.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions?
Chair, we need a motion to accept
Oh,
the
a
substitute.
motion, I'm sorry. I am just not with it. Do we have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and it's been seconded. Would you please call the roll? Do we need a roll call? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. So now we're going to go to any. Okay, is there any questions on the bill? If If not, we're going to go to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of Bill 123-21?
There is no one from the virtual public that is wishing to speak in favor of this bill.
Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
There is no one from the virtual public wishing to speak in opposition of this bill.
Okay, at this point, the public hearing on Bill 123-21 is now closed. Is there any statements regarding the bill from council members? Councilwoman Hammond?
I do think we need to be careful here, voting on a 2.5% increase for the council when we're toying with zeroing out everybody else's increases for the year. I yield.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
Yes, and I think that that's unfair. The council is in control of wages and also their own wages. We had a conversation with the mayor, I don't know, ×5 individually or collectively, even with his department heads, about what was going on with that last bill. We told him multiple times, and his department heads, about those salary increases being erroneous and wrong, ill-fated, wrong-headed. We've said it over and over and over again. That has absolutely nothing to do with the pay increases for the people on this council. We work, and we have been working. We have held, I don't know how many meetings, and we've all been here. The mayor knew better than to continue on with the same type of antics that has caused the problem that we had in the last bill. One doesn't have anything to do with two, and to confuse the community and the public of that is wrong. We asked him, we told him, we pleaded with him. You even asked for a 5% cap, and you still didn't get it. And I really, really find it, unfair that we're going to match that up with the increases or salary increases for the council members. I'm not angry at anyone. I still love you after this. But what I am going to say is that he should have known better, and he should not have done that. So if there's any employee that's unhappy about not having a salary increase, that employee needs to talk to the mayor about that, because we asked him. We tried to play ball with him. We tried to compromise. We said, how about instead of 9%, let's do 5%. Whatever that was, to make sure that the employees got what they deserved. The mayor played hardball. He said, no, I'm going to still do what I do. And as a result, it fell out as a no vote. So for that, again, to be matched up with the people that are on this council that have served, that drive every day back and forth to a constituent's home or to these council chambers or wherever it may be, you deserve your pay increase. You deserve your pay increase. And so one doesn't have anything to do with the two.
I respect your perspective.
Thank you. Is there any other statements from the council members?
I do as well.
I would like to continue off of Councilmember Davis's point. There's still a third reading and vote on Bill 121-21, and whatever happens from that, we'll deal with it. If that does not pass, I do know that all 9 of us are in favor of raises for all city employees of at least 2.5%.
That's right.
And should an ordinance come that would ask for that to continue last year's salary plus an increase of 2.5%, I know it would get at least, or it would get 9 votes. The question is, what about the new positions and increases beyond the 2.5%? That's the issue that we need to deal with, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there at third reading, and then if not at third reading, after that, we'll figure it out. But this is, there's nobody that doesn't support 2.5% increases for everybody.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rachel Tomas-Mori, did you have a comment?
No, I just want to add to this conversation and say I take Councilwoman's caution seriously and agree with it, that we're looking at a bill here that gives us, council members here, 2.5% raises, at the same time looking at salary ordinance representing over 1,000 jobs, and deciding between a 2 or a 2.5 raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other council members that wish to make a statement? Councilwoman McBride?
I would. I've been doing budgets as a department head for the county for 12 years. And it's a give and take, it's a compromise, it's talking to one another, it's respecting one another. It's also colleagues having conversations with each other and not administration and not communicating with each other. And I've extended that since I've been on council. And the lack of communication or whatever the problem is, one does not have to do with the other. Unfortunately, and I understand the backlash that because you're going to have the community members looking at it that way if they don't understand the budget. But it's exactly true. I, as far as even today, came back with an amendment request that all the council members and administration and the mayor had received. And I'm not saying my amendment, but there's other amendments and suggestions that have been brought to administration. So being that we did not come to a compromise, this is where we are. So I totally agree that the other salaries, because if you do that, then you say the other ones that comes before us and the unions and the bargaining members and all that stuff would have to suffer because of that. So I totally agree with Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Is there any other members wishing to make a statement?
And for the record, I was one who had told President White that we did not need an increase originally, and for the past 2 years. So I just wanted to make that known. So it's not about the money, it's during this negotiation time, that's what we all collectively has agreed upon. So I'm still standing on that.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other statements at this time, I'll entertain a motion regarding Bill 123-21.
Vote for favor of recommendation.
Second.
Okay, the bill has been moved and seconded for favorable recommendation. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Hammond?
Nay.
Vice President McBride?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
No.
Councilmember Wax?
Aye.
Councilmember Niskoski?
Nay.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Nay.
President White?
Aye.
5 ayes, 4 nays.
4 nays and 5
Yes.
yes. All right, thank you. That bill will be sent to the full council then with a favorable recommendation. Now we're going to move on to the next bill, which is Substitute Bill 124-21. Is that, is it a sub? It is? Yes, it is.
Sub, yes.
Why are you saying no?
Because I'm mistaken.
Okay, just want to make sure. And Attorney Palmer, that needs to be read first before we need to look at changing the title of the bill, is that correct? I want to make sure we have clarity on this, because there's a couple of things we have to do we haven't done before.
We need to have a motion to amend the title and also a motion to accept the substitute as written.
So first, I need to,
I make a motion to accept the substitute bill of 2124-21.
Second.
thank you. There has been a motion to accept Substitute Bill 124-21. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll? Can we do a voice?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carried.
I make a motion to amend the title of Bill 124-21 to, in essence, scratch off the other years, 23 and 24. And so the bill would just read an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing the annual pay and monetary fringe benefits of the sworn members of the South Bend Fire Department for calendar year 2022. So in essence, it would just remove 2023 and 2024 from the end of the title of the bill and would be a one-year salary ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. There has been a motion made to change the title of the bill, removing the 2 years, and it has been duly seconded. Now we need to take a roll call, or all in favor of the bill?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So at this time, we'll do a reading of the substitute bill 124-21 as amended
Correct, with the new title.
with the new title.
And Bill 12421, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing the annual salary and monetary fringe benefits of sworn members of the South Bend Fire Department for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yes, Chair. This bill comes out of the Personnel and Finance Committee. The substitute bill 124-21 comes out of the Personnel and Finance Committee with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And what about as far as
I am the petitioner as the chair of the Personnel and Finance Committee. I am the petitioner. This is the bill salary ordinance for fire. The negotiations have been going on and unfortunately have stalled out over the last few days. So there was no agreement that resulted from the negotiations. So the committee made a recommendation this afternoon to put forward a salary ordinance for 1 year with a 2.25% increase that would hopefully give the folks some incentive to come back to the table and finish the negotiations and potentially get a 2 or a 3 year agreement.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions about the bill?
I just have one question. Based on the substitute bill for the firefighters, that once the action is taken by the council, then that's the end of the negotiations. They will have to come back next year, or will the negotiations continue?
In theory, the negotiations could continue, and the council could amend that ordinance by passing an amended ordinance at a later time. But absent that, absent further action by the council, what they do tonight is what is said. And any change from what it passes tonight would require more action by the council.
So in essence, it could either way if they wanted to go back to the table. And then we would just have to amend the salary ordinance.
So in essence, this gives them the opportunity to truly go back.
This gives them the opportunity to
the
go
drawing
back to the
board,
table and
as
do the
my way
drawing
I-
board.
Yes.
And even potentially, if something is worked out in the next couple of weeks, is there time there to get November, into November, potentially, they could have an amended salary ordinance yet this year that would be able to take effect for 2022, but again, the time is ticking.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're very welcome.
Is there any other council members that have any statement, or, that have a question?
I just want to thank you guys for clearing that up. That's, that makes me feel better, knowing that they still can go to the drawing board and still get something done.
Yeah, we need, in essence, we need to get a bill passed by the deadline. This does that, but still there is a window that potentially, if an agreement is made.
Okay. At this time, we're going to go to the public hearing portion of the bill, if council members don't have any more questions. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of the bill?
There is no one from the virtual public expressing interest to speak in favor of this bill.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Please state your name and address.
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. Shame on you. You all, the administration wants 2.5% minimum for paper pushers, and you think 2.25 for firefighters, first responders is a great offer? Shame on you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of the bill?
There is no one from the virtual public. That's, wait a minute.
Oh, I see one.
Yeah, I'm looking to see who that is.
There is Ryan Takis.
Mr. Tackett, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Ryan Tegas. I'm Vice President, Local 362, 4025 Lincoln Way West. It's not my intention here to speak against a raise per se, but I just want to kind of give kind of a synopsis and update on these negotiations. And I don't know what you guys all know. You're not a whole lot of you are involved in them, at least in front of us. So I think it's important to get some of this information out there. As far as fire departments go, we're one of the busiest. We are the busiest fire department per capita in the state. We're one of the best fire departments in the country. And we're a model department for any other cities that are the same size as us. As you all know, we've recently attained our ISO Class 1 certification, which a little over 400 departments out of over 40,000 in this country have got. The city likes to use that as a marketing chip on their end and publishes it and puts it out. But when it comes to this stuff, where we're talking about our contract, it doesn't seem to play into that. COVID's been tough for everybody. It was hard for us. We had numerous members off at one time, and we had 30 people off on a shift at one time. And we continually went home. We put our families in danger, while others around the city and around the country got to had the privilege of working from home and kind of keeping themselves safe. Obviously, that's part of our job. We understand that. And it's what we choose to do. But it seems that we've seemed to forget stuff very quickly, how much danger and how much kind of just how hard it was for our families and us to deal with during that time. Listening to this meeting tonight, we're listening to the standard 2.5% raise for all non-bargaining employees. Some people mentioned 2.5% for everybody in the city. Obviously, that's not the case, since we got decided our raise will be 2.25% if we don't come to an agreement here in the coming days, I would assume. To us, I mean, to be offered less than what everybody else gets, it's hard to say that's not just a slap in the face. We've made fair offers all throughout this negotiations, as we've continually fallen behind other fire departments in the state and the region who make significantly more and do significantly less. We're 38th in the pay for our state, and we're one of the top busiest fire departments in our state. We weren't asking for the world. We were asking for a fair and competitive wage to be able to recruit, make sure our retention is there, and the ability to remain a top-tier fire department. That ability is going to be compromised if we don't become competitive. We think we proposed a fair deal that might have put us in the top 10 pay in the state for maybe a year. Like I said, we weren't asking for the world. We were asking for what's fair and what we believe is right. People come down to our fire department, our firefighters, third class, what they are in for a year when they come out of recruit school, they make $15.47 an hour. You do the math on that. We're trying to recruit and compete. Controller Parker talked about competing and not falling too far behind to be able to attract and retain the members and employees when it comes to other departments in this city. It's no different for us. $15.47 an hour we can't recruit and attract the best talent available. And we're not going to be able to retain our current membership with the offers that we've received. This is my third negotiation with the city, and this has been by far the most frustrating one yet. We've been told to find existing money to fund our own raises above what was offered from the city. We have done that multiple times and on multiple levels, and we still got turned down. Talking with the controller last week, I thought we had a deal done. Again, with existing money that we found that we were going to use to fund our own raises. And again, that fell through. We would have had a 3-year deal done if that was the case. We're not asking for the world. We're trying to remain on the same equal and level footing as our other public safety entity in the city. And with what's currently proposed, we're going to be well over $5,000 behind that. So I appreciate your time tonight, and hopefully we can get something done here. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
I don't see anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of this bill.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. At this point, the public hearing on Substitute Bill 124-21 is now closed. Is there any statements council members wish to make regarding this bill?
I'd like to make just a quick rebuttal, if I may. about
Yes,
the-
please. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. In regard to the comment, there were much larger raises on the table that are still on the table in discussions. And then I do agree with Mr. Takis. I've been involved in a lot of labor negotiations. This one has been very frustrating. Unfortunately, most of it has taken part in email, which hasn't helped. And hopefully, Mr. Takis, we can all get in a room and meet face to face. There haven't been enough of those thus far. I think that's been part of the issue, face-to-face and having discussions. Thank you.
Councilman Lee?
Yeah, I just would like to say, just listening to the comments, I mean, we weren't part of the negotiating process, and so we really don't know all the details of what transpired, but hopefully that our firefighters will get to the place where they can get a deal negotiated. This gives them a little more time, as we've heard tonight. So I think it's very important that they understand that we want to make sure that they're taken care of right. Our first responders are very important, and making sure that, you know, they helped us survive through COVID, and they're the ones who respond. And so I'm hoping that this gives a little more, another lifeline or something, so that things get negotiated and they can get the package that's going to make both sides happy.
Thank you. Councilman Wax?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, we talked about this in committee. The council's role, or let me rephrase that, the proper process in selecting or setting new salaries for firefighters is not through the council. The proper process is through a negotiated contract negotiation between the firefighters and between the administration. For whatever reason, that didn't happen, and we're here today where it fell into the council's lap to do cleanup. It is my sincere goal and desire that the parties come together and come with a deal that would be better for the firefighters.
Yes.
I hope that happens, and if that comes across, I would be more than happy to come back and revisit this and come to that higher number if that's the negotiated contract. And I look forward to that. But in the meantime, the council is here doing cleanup for the other parties that didn't get it done. And if we wouldn't take extraordinary action of setting the salary, which again, it's really not our role to do. If we wouldn't take this extraordinary action, their salaries would be set at last year's salary. I don't believe anybody in the council wanted that to happen, and that's why we're taking that measure. But we still hope that continued negotiations will take place and a deal that is satisfactory to this fire department will come forward, and I speak for myself, and I think for my colleagues to say I would wholeheartedly support that.
President White?
Yes, I would like to concur with Councilman Wax. The goal has always been that we would have a contract before us agreeable by both parties. Unfortunately, that has not happened. So the action that will be taken tonight is hopefully to encourage both parties to come back together and to negotiate, and, you know, it's about a give and take, and to bring back to this council a bill, a contract that I know that we would support. So I don't want the firefighters to think that the action tonight is the end of the conversations, and that we do not support our firefighters, especially those who are on the front line consistently, and especially during COVID as well. So I just support Councilmember Wax's comments.
And if I can add, I was a part of the negotiations and probably lasted most of the meetings, all but 5-10 minutes. So there was really no conversation, but just sitting there and listening to the meetings. And so I also too hope the 2.25% is an incentive for them to get back to the table and talk to one another. Not saying that this would be the case, but if we say the 2.5% increase like all other employees, that may not give one party or the other an incentive to want to negotiate. They'll say that that's what the rest of the city or employees have, and maybe that's sufficient enough. So we are encouraged and hope that they both will get back together to make sure that it's equitable and a great negotiation for everyone.
Thank you, Councilman Davis.
Right, I echo the sentiments of the last council member's thoughts. I totally agree with what Eli said. I want the firefighters to get as much as they deserve. They just want another award that shows their necessity in this community. They're essential workers. We are still in a pandemic. We haven't come out of it. And they are due what they are due. And so I support them in their efforts to get the contract that they deserve.
Thank you. Is there any other comments, Councilwoman Hammond?
I have one question, and I apologize for not knowing this. If we pass this tonight and they go back and renegotiate, we can pass their contract and it will supersede what we have passed tonight?
The council obligation is only to pass the compensation package. So their contract would be divided into separate categories, one of which is the compensation package. The council could always amend this salary ordinance to reflect any agreement that was reached.
Thank you. And secondly, we have two parties involved here. We are incentivizing one to come back to the table to cooperate. I don't see an incentive for the other to do so. I yield.
Is there any other comments? I would just like to say I was on the negotiating team as well with Councilman Warner and Councilwoman McBride. And in previous negotiations, we spent numerous hours in the same room hammering out the issues that were before us. And that did not happen. It was very frustrating. It was a lot of emails, a lot of in a room and out of a room, sometimes within a matter of 10 minutes. So the intent of this is to get them back to the table to talk, to hammer it out. Of course, our fire department is one of the best in the state of Indiana. And of course, they deserve to be compensated. But there's a process for that, negotiation process, and that is between the administration and the fire department. So I hope that those continue, and I hope that the fire department understands and knows that all of us sitting up here value the work that you do in our community every single day. So with that, I would like to entertain a motion regarding the substitute bill 124-21.
Move for passage, or where we at? I forgot where we are.
Send to the committee.
Send to the committee, we're not even there yet.
We're still in the
I
committee.
want to be there. Move to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, there has been a motion made to move to the full council with favorable recommendation, and it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you. That will be sent with a favorable recommendation to the full council. We are now going to move on to the next bill, which is also a substitute bill. That was already, so I don't have to have a motion to hear the substitute bill. 126-21. Clerk Jones, could you please give that bill a second reading?
12621, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of the South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the South Bend City Clerk for calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
So I make a motion to accept the
A
substitute bill.
motion to please accept the substitute bill.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Substitute Bill 126-21 comes out of Personnel and Finance with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Councilman Warner. Is the petitioner present?
Yes, would you, that is me.
Yes, it is. Clerk
The,
Jones, thank you.
the change for for this bill to make it a substitute is it went, the salaries will go from asking for a 3% increase to 2.5. That's the only change. Did I say that right?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, the clerk staff, I think it's the clerk, will go, the original one said 3% increase, this one says 2.5. That's it.
Is that it? Do you have anything
I'm
else?
sorry, no, that's it.
Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't have anything else to say.
Nope, that was it.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions of Clerk Jones? No? Okay. Then at this time, we're going to go to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak in favor of substitute Bill 12621?
There is no one from the virtual public that is expressing interest to speak in favor of this bill.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
There is no one from the virtual public wishing to speak in opposition.
And if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Jason Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. This is kind of where we get in trouble when we say 2.5% across the board raises constantly and continuously. Last year, we gave pretty large raises to the clerk's office to the point now where our chief deputy clerk makes more than the clerk of a much larger city in Evansville, Indiana. And instead of saying, hey, you got these large raises last year when most of the city didn't get raises because of the pandemic, now they're here asking for another 2.5, initially 3, which was more than the 2% initially most city employees were. So I think it's time to, again, while there are a lot of times where, just 2.5% across the board is great, sometimes you have to look deeper and say, we gave you much larger last year, this year you have to go without. So we got to take those things into consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Would you like to rebuttal that, Clerk Jones?
Yes. Last year, the clerk, myself, I didn't take a raise as well as the other elected officials. And that was the cap that was raised, not the actual salary. So we're just asking for the cap so that next year we don't have to continue to do this dance, so.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay. Seeing none, at this point, the public hearing on this bill, Substitute Bill 126-21, is now closed. Council members, do you wish to make any restatements regarding the bill? Seeing none, I'll now entertain a motion regarding Substitute Bill 121, or 126-21.
I move this goes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. It's been, the motion has been made and duly seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wax?
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President McBride?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner? President White?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. That will be sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation. We are going to move on to the next bill, which is a substitute bill 127-21. Do I have a motion to hear the substitute bill?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Clerk Jones, will you please give the substitute bill 127-21 a second reading?
Yes. 12721, public hearing on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, maximum salaries and wages of deputies and non-bargaining employees appointed by the city clerk of South Bend, Indiana for the calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Is there a committee report?
Yeah, substitute bill 127-21 comes out of Personnel and Finance Committee with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Clerk Jones?
This is similar, if not the same, as the previous one. The previous bill was for my salary. This one is for the salary of the staff, and as stated before, it is for the cap to be increased, not the actual salaries.
Is that your?
That's it. I think I
Okay.
said that right.
Clerk, okay. That's what I got a question.
Council members, President White, you have a question?
Clerk Jones, I want to make sure I have clarity. You're saying that the 2.5% is to raise the cap, or is it 2.5% base that you would like to give to your staff for salaries? I think I need to say that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because I didn't think that that was the intent of the.
Right. It raises the cap, but it also raises the salary as well. So the 2.5% will go to raise the cap as well as the salary of the staff of the clerk.
Okay. Is there any other questions from council? Anyone on this side, any questions for council? No? Okay, at this point, then we're going to go to the public hearing portion. Is there anyone wishing to speak in favor of substitute bill 127-21?
There is no one from the virtual public that has expressed an interest to speak in favor of this bill.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the substitute bill 127-21?
There is no one from the virtual public wishing to speak in opposition of this bill.
Thank you, Clerk Jones, and at this point, the public hearing on this bill is now closed. Council member, do you wish to make any statements regarding this bill? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion regarding the bill. Is there any motions on substitute bill 127-21?
I make a motion to send 127-21 to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. There's been a favorable recommendation, or to send with a favorable recommendation and seconded. Clerk Jones, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tomas Morgan?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Vice President McBride?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
Aye.
Councilmember Wax?
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky?
Aye.
President White?
Aye.
9 ayes.
Thank you, Clerk Jones. The bill will be sent to the full council with the favorable recommendation. I'll now entertain a motion to rise from the committee of the whole and report back to the full council.
Second.
It's been duly moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed, none? Motion carries.
The The full council is back in session. This is where bills that were heard during the committee of the whole would be given a third reading. Bill 121-2021 has been accepted as a sub during the committee of the whole. Clerk Jones, will you please give substitute Bill 121-21 a third reading?
Third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum salaries and wages of appointed officers and non-bargaining employees of executive departments of the City of South Bend, Indiana for the calendar year 2022.
Councilwoman,
I'd like to move Bill 121 to amend the ordinance to amend the ordinance to pass a 2.5 raise or 32,000 minimum, whichever one is less. So I'm essentially just trying to give the workers their raise.
okay.
A second?
Okay, well, first I haven't asked for a recommendation, then I'll get to the motion. So I'll definitely circle back, okay? And I know there's an appetite. I know Councilmember Wax would like to add to that as well. Councilwoman Sheila Niskoski, is there a recommendation from the Committee of the Whole regarding substitute Bill 121-21?
Yes, it was sent to the full council with an unfavorable recommendation.
Okay. Now, council members, I do know that if you'd like to make any comments or any suggestions at this point, I would go to Councilmember Davis and then circle back to Councilmember Eli Wax.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
I missed that. What did you just say? I heard everything you said, but that plane didn't land.
Okay, well, I was saying I was going back to you for your,
Okay.
then I was going to come back to Councilmember Wax.
It happens. I'm 42 now. I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance to pass the 2.5% raise or the 32,000 minimum, whichever is less.
Can I ask for clarity on that?
Hey, we can go back and forth, because I know you want the salary to be raised as well, so.
I do. So is that off of taking 2021 salary ordinance and then adding 2.5 to that? It's 2022?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
got
With
it.
the 32,000 minimum?
We got it.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Sounds good to me.
So we have a motion to amend the salary ordinance, and it has been seconded. Are there any questions?
I'm not sure that I understand the motion.
Okay, the motion,
The
Councilmember,
motion is to ensure that the workers that seemingly didn't get anything from the last time we voted during second reading, their 2.5% raise across the board, with the $32,000 being the minimum, whichever one is less. So we're giving them what they're due, which everyone else has gotten as well, even the council.
So could I just ask,
Go ahead.
just to further clarify, that is what the first substitute bill says? It goes from a 2% to a 2.5% standard increase.
But then there's,
Yeah,
Is that
we're
what you're-
striking off the other raises that were, abnormally high.
That wasn't mentioned.
That, you didn't mention that in your motion.
that's what I clarified. It
That's
would be
what-
the 2021.
oh, wait just a minute.
Go ahead.
That was what I was clarifying, is that it was the 2021 salary ordinance plus 2.5% on all those salaries. So any new positions or anything, any restructuring, retitling, any of that would not be in it. It would be 2021's final one, which the council passed last year, plus 2.5% in all those positions.
Okay, thank you. I just think it's really important for the public to understand that clearly, and all of us on council.
So there's a motion, it has been seconded.
Can I ask another clarifying? That's all salaried positions and department heads as well at the 2.5?
Salaries.
Every salary. Okay, thank you.
We got Warner. Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Warner?
I don't understand what the difference is between between the bill and the motion, I guess.
Can I take that?
Yes, you
there's, I believe, 34 positions that are either new or are increased or changed or retitled from previous salary ordinance. So from 2021 to 2022, there's
Okay.
a whole slew of new positions, and there's a bunch of positions that have higher than the 2.5% increases. So this would, again, take whatever we approved for this current year and increase those salaries.
Okay, so there's folks that were discussed earlier and we've now discussed them probably 4 times, that are taking on additional roles that are in those, so that would be, they would not be getting the raises that were proposed for taking on additional roles. I believe the historical preservation specialist, we've talked about numerous times, that's losing an intern and is now taking on a full-time role, so they're actually getting the largest raise at, I believe, 18%.
21%.
21%. So that person will not get the raise and not go full-time now. Is that what we're saying?
Under the motion on the floor now, yes. I can't speak for anybody else, but I would be happy on an individual basis to go back and reconsider any other positions.
What about new positions that,
Well, you don't get to have that discussion.
Okay,
The
excuse
motion
me.
was made.
Councilmember
You got a
Davis,
second.
Councilmember Davis, they're
But you
trying to
you don't get opportunity to go back through the positions and then question each one. The motion was made, you got a second, and so you call the roll.
You could debate a question on the
You can
floor.
debate
No.
a question, yeah,
Well,
you
I-
can.
so, and then there's quite numerous positions that are listed at 100% because they didn't exist last year. So yours would strike no more new positions, is that correct?
Yes.
There would be no more new ones. I would, though, I am realizing now that there are a couple of positions that the council has approved. My apologies. There are a couple of positions that the council has approved over the course of this past year. So I would,
So that would include the CRB, I believe would be one of those positions.
under the motion on the
So
floor.
the motion on the floor would not fund the position for the director of the Community Police Review Board.
I think under the language of the current motion.
Okay.
Bob, can you help us out, please?
He doesn't want to.
As I understand the motion, it's exactly as Councilman Wax has tried to explain, that any position that existed in last year's salary ordinance would have a 2.5% increase or a minimum of $32,000. If there is no position in last year's salary ordinance, there would be no increase and no salary whatsoever.
Can I offer, ask you to, or would you consider withdrawing your motion and changing it to include any positions that the council has approved over the course of this past year?
Withdraw. I'm withdrawing my motion.
Are you
You
making?
can restate it, man.
I will
We
make a
make it right.
motion to amend the current 121.21, I think we're on the first substitution, to amend that to provide a 2.5% salary increase on all salaries that have been approved in the 2021 salary ordinance, and any positions that the council has approved over the course of this past year.
Can we add historical preservation, going from part-time to full?
I would even do that. And
Sweet.
historical preservation,
Thank
to make that full-time, whatever the appropriate.
Everybody's happy?
Yes.
Second?
We have a motion and has been seconded. All council members who are in favor of the motion might hear your vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So it's,
We need a roll.
probably need to do roll call.
We need a
Clerk
roll
Jones,
call.
would you please do the roll? Call the roll.
Vice President McBride,
I want to do another motion.
And then vote no.
No. Nay.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Warner?
No.
Councilmember Wax?
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky?
Nay.
Councilmember Thomas Morgan?
Nay.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
President White?
Aye.
5 ayes. 4 nays. So now I would like to entertain a motion to accept the substitute Bill 121 as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll? Yes. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Point of, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
We voted
Point
on
of
the
order.
motion, but now we got to go back and vote on the actual bill
So this
as
is,
amended. Right? Am I correct,
The,
Doc?
the motion that was made was to accept the substitute as it was amended. That was not a motion to pass the bill.
That's right.
Right.
so
This
now-
is simply a motion to accept the amendment itself.
And then we go back to passage. You got
So
to-
that,
Let the passage, yeah.
so then, in terms of point of order, we can have another round of discussion.
When do I make a motion for the 5% is all I'm asking. When does that happen?
That would be now, before we pass.
Well,
We've
let's-
already-
let's-
we've already done that. That's what the
Council-
amendment that we're
Yeah.
talking about that then.
But,
You missed that part.
okay. Council, I'm going to ask our attorney for clarity. I don't want to get into the same position that we were in previously. So, Attorney Palmer, the bill has been accepted as a sub. Amendment was made and it was second, and council members voted on that.
They voted to accept the amendment. The motion now that would be ripe for passage is a motion for passage of the substitute bill as amended.
point of order.
Yes,
Could another motion to amend be made?
yes.
Yes, it can.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I'm waiting on. I just need to know when that point is.
The point is.
Is it now?
It is now,
Okay.
and this is very interesting, okay.
I want to make a motion that we cap at 5% for all employees, or the 32,000, whichever is less, plus the addition of the new positions that we approved, plus historical preservation. So instead of, the only difference is from 2.5% to 5%.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second before we go to discussion?
I have
Can we
a
get
point of
clarity
order.
on who is receiving the 5%, please?
All of the same thing, the same,
Wait,
the same ordinance from 2021, all employees for 2022 would get a 5% increase. So it's the same motion that was just made, but I am suggesting the 5%, which I emailed, where everyone got a copy of my amendment asking for a 5% increase, or the $32,000 cap that was sent out earlier this evening to everyone from Bob on behalf of me and President White.
so we have that motion, and I want to make sure, was that motion seconded?
This is all employees
All
at a
in-
5%.
The motion is all employees are getting a 5% raise.
Yes, the cap, instead of 2.5%, 5%, capped at the $32,000 or whichever is less. So it's the same motion that we just said, adding the positions that council already improved and the historical preservation. So it's emulating the same motion, but instead of 2.5%, I'm suggesting 5%.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. This includes hourly, 5% for hourly workers.
All workers except for the bargaining agreement employees. That's something separate.
So all,
All 1,000 employees are getting
the,
1,000.
I
are
said the
getting 5%.
same positions that we just talked about. For all of those positions we talked about, it's the same motion, but except for 2.5%, it's 5%. We just voted on it. The same thing.
That's point of order, that by state law, we can't increase what's said by the executive. If I'm understanding, you're saying that we're giving everybody a 5% raise, is that?
What I'm saying is, I sent everyone an email and administration before tonight's meeting, asking for them to consider the amendment. Being that the amendment did not consider, the bill died. But now that it came back on third reading, and council is having discussion to increase up to 2.5%, I was seeing if it could be. If not, vote it down and say no, and let's move on.
It's against state
Well,
statute, state law.
Okay.
We can't increase, we can reduce salaries, or we can, but we can't increase what is set by the mayor.
That's correct. So there's when I was hoping for a response. I never got the response. Thank you. So that at this point, we have a motion and action has been taken on that motion. I'll now go to entertain a motion regarding substitute bill 121-21 as amended.
Move for passage.
Second.
Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Point of order, President White, so do we have a discussion or statement?
No, when we get to this point.
Because once we get to, I mean, if we're passing the bill.
We don't have discussion. We go.
The discussion was on the amendment itself.
Yeah.
So no further statements?
The statements are made in the committee of the whole. The personal statements that council members
Correct.
would like to
Once
make.
there's been a call for the vote goes on.
Yeah. And we've never done it, I mean, since I've been in the seat, once we get to, at this point, a motion is made, and then we move. We ready?
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
No.
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Nay.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Nay.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
6 ayes. 3 nays.
Substitute Bill 121-21 has passed. Clerk Jones, will you please give third reading to Bill 123-21?
12321, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the Common Council members for calendar year 2022.
This bill was accepted as a sub during the committee of the whole. At this time, Councilwoman Nisgowsky, is there a recommendation for Bill 123, substitute Bill 123-21?
Yes, President White. That Bill 12321 was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I would now like to entertain a motion regarding Bill 123-21.
Move for passage.
Second.
We have a motion and has been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
No.
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Nay.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Nay.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
6 ayes.
Thank you. Will you please give third reading to Bill 124-21?
12421, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing the annual pay and monetary fringe benefits of sworn members of the South Bend Fire Department for calendar year 2022.
I believe that this is a sub, and it was accepted during the committee of the whole. At this time, Councilwoman Niskoski, is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole regarding substitute bill 124-21?
Yes, President White. The bill was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I will entertain a motion regarding substitute bill 124-21.
Move for passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and it's been seconded. Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Substitute bill 124-21 has passed. Clerk Jones, will you please give third reading to bill 126-21?
12621, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, setting the annual salary for the South Bend City Clerk for calendar year 2022.
This bill has also been accepted as a sub. Councilwoman Niskoski, is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole?
Yes, President White. That was sent to the committee, to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
I will now entertain a motion regarding substitute bill 126 dash, no, 124 dash, 126, I'm sorry, 126-21.
Move for passage.
Second.
Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Substitute bill 126-21 has passed. Clerk Jones, will you please give third reading to bill 127-21?
12721, third reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, fixing maximum salaries and wages of deputies and non-bargaining employees appointed by the City Clerk of South Bend, Indiana for the calendar year 2022.
This bill was also accepted as a sub during the committee of the whole. At this time, Councilwoman Niskoski, is there a recommendation from the committee of the whole regarding substitute bill 126-21?
Yes, President White. Bill 127-21 was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. I now entertain a motion regarding substitute bill 127-21.
Move for passage.
Second.
Clerk Jones, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nisgowsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomas Morgan,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Vice President McBride,
Aye.
Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Warner,
Aye.
Councilmember Wax,
Aye.
President White.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Substitute Bill 127-21 has passed. There are no resolutions, and we will go directly to bill's first reading. Clerk Jones, will you please give Bill 129-21 a first reading?
12921, first reading on an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of South Bend, Indiana, amending the zoning ordinance for property located at 602 East Dayton, Councilmanic District Number 3 in the City of South Bend, Indiana.
I would like to entertain a motion to send Bill 129-21 to the South Bend Planning Commission, set for November 15, and sent to the Zoning and Annexation Committee and public hearing for November the 22nd.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion that's been seconded. I don't believe we have to do the roll call at this time. All council members who are in favor of the motion, may I hear your vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. We'll now move to unfinished business. I would like to turn this portion over to our attorney who will give information about this particular item and also the motion that will be forthcoming.
Thank you, President White. There's been an appeal of the Historic Preservation Commission's denial of a certificate please forgive me, it's a COA number 2021-0810. The appeal is being brought by Westminster Holdings, and the purpose of this agenda item tonight is to set the briefing schedule for the appeal that comes before the council. And I believe Councilman Wax is going to make that motion.
And again, this motion, just as my understanding is that this is, the appeals come directly to the council. There's just some process before, so it's setting the deadlines for all that process. So I move to establish the following deadlines and hearing date on the appeal of the denial of a certificate of appropriateness, COA number 2021-0810, in an appeal entitled Westminster Holdings LLC versus Historic Preservation Commission. Monday, November 1st, 2021, be established as the deadline for submission by the Historic Preservation Commission to file a certified copy of the minutes, transcript, if any, and all documents of record regarding action taken by the staff and commission on COA application number 2021-0810. Wednesday, November 10, 2021, be established as a deadline for receipt by the city clerk's office of any submission by the petitioners or their attorney of evidentiary and administrative record and position statement, which shall include an introduction, standard of review, issues, facts, argument or contentions, and any exhibits. This submission must be made to the office of the city clerk and opposing counsel representing the Historic Preservation Commission. Wednesday, November 17, 2021, be established as the deadline for receipt by the city clerk's office of any submission by the Historic Preservation Commission or by the legal counsel representing the commission of the evidentiary and administrative record and position statements, which shall include an introduction, standard of review, issues, facts, arguments, or contentions, and any exhibits. The submission must be made to the office of the city clerk and petitioners or opposing counsel representing the petitioners. Monday, November 22, 2021, is the date on which the South Bend Common Council, at its regular 7 p.m. meeting under agenda item unfinished business, shall hear the appeal involving COA number 2021-0810, in an appeal entitled Westminster Holdings LLC versus Historic Preservation Commission, which shall be conducted pursuant to a 2-page document entitled Procedures Governing Appeals of Historic Preservation Commission to the Common Council, on file with the office of the city clerk and sent by that office to all parties of record.
For the council's benefit, these deadlines were agreed to by the parties to the appeal in advance of tonight's hearing.
Attorney Palmer, do we have to have an official motion?
That was the motion.
Okay.
That was the motion.
Well, that was probably the longest motion I have ever heard. Okay. We
So
have a motion.
I didn't come up with it myself.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. It's been seconded. I can do roll call.
You do not need a roll call.
Okay. All council members who are in support of the motion regarding this particular Historical Preservation Commission appeal, may I hear your vote by saying aye? Aye. Those opposed, the motion carries. Is there any new business? Seeing none, we'll go to the privilege of the floor. Individuals who wish to address the council must state their names and residential address. Individuals will be limited to 3 minutes only. The maximum time limit for this portion of the meeting shall be 30 minutes. And you would speak to any items that was not discussed on the agenda. State your name and address, please.
Jason Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. So last time we talked about, you guys approved a lot of allocating of ARP dollars. And there was a lot of talk about the digital divide, and, the Innovation and Technology Office was talking about adding one more hotspot, to the west side to fix, I don't know, maybe 100 feet of that divide. And it got me thinking, and it got me doing a little research. And the cost to run 1 mile of fiber optic cable is $10,000. We're spending $11 million on the Dream Center, so one community center that maybe 1,000 people will get to use access to. For that same $11 million, we could run 1,100 miles of fiber optic cable. So much like the city ran the fiber optic cable downtown that now powers that high-speed data network, we could run fiber optic cable over the entire west side of South Bend and fix the digital divide for the city. Not for a day, not for a week, for generations. So I think, even though the money's allocated, there's still time to go back and look at where it's being spent and look at the intent to create true generational transformation. And that comes from unleashing the power of our people. That all comes from unleashing the power of the internet and technology in their homes, not having to pray that they have enough internet access to even be able to do the minimum. So let's take a look at those dollars still. Just because we approved it doesn't mean they're spent yet, and doesn't mean we can't reallocate it. And I just thought that was a very interesting process and a very interesting idea to help fix a problem that is going to be longstanding and the private market will never address on that side of town.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing?
Sharon Benicki, 3822 Ford Street. I just have to say that I took my little to Cops and Goblins tonight. It was amazing. We froze our butts off, but it was a blast. I am thrilled that the city supports that. Last time I was here, I talked about I did the police academy, and I was very remiss because there is a gentleman in this room who is part of the instructors. So, Joe, would you please stand up? He spends Tuesday evening working with the Citizens Academy. Thank you.
Isaac Hunt, 138 East Broadway. I'm really disturbed because it seems that some council members are working for the mayor instead of for the citizens. And it bothers me because how can the mayor ask for a 10 to 12% raise, but our firefighters can't get a 2.5% raise? And we know we got the best fire department in the world. But if any of your houses catch on fire, who you calling? You not calling the mayor. We need to, y'all need to understand who y'all work for. You work for the citizens of this community. And the money that's being spent in this community is not being allocated fairly across the board. It's not the mayor's money. It's not your money. We all pay taxes for this. And people need to understand, elections will come back around. And we will be taking notes. Because it's not fair to the residents and the hardworking independent individuals that's not salaried not to be taken care of, but you want 12 to 13%, 21% raises, whatever it is, for salaried individuals in the administrator's office. What about our young people that's out here that need some assistance? Where's that money going? Where's the focus at? You don't work for the mayor. You work for us. Thank you.
Well, my name is Pastor Lionel Hudson, pastor of the Greater New Jerusalem Baptist Church in South Bend, Indiana. My address is 507 East South Street. First of all, I'd just like to say thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak to all the council members. I want to petition the council on behalf of not only our church, but on behalf of the city, because we're in the process of, we bought some property on 215 North Johnson Street. It was burned intentionally 2 days before we could sign on it. So we are trying to, we still end up getting the property, and we're trying to put it back up. The reason why we need help is not just for us to have a church building. It's for something to do in the community. We do a lot of work in this community. I mean, anybody that knows me know I have a heart for the people. We got too much violence going on in our streets. We've been trying to get some help from the city. We tried to get help from, even when under Mayor Buttigieg's administration. We never got any help. We still don't get help. What I want to tell you today is you can come and see what we do. I mean, in this community. We have a mission to get these young people off the street, bring them in, teach them love and respect. Get them, and it's beginning to happen. We have began to get them, that's why we had to get them a larger building. They're coming in. They're coming in now. And if you follow us, and you'll see what we do. So we need some help to get that building restored. It was a pillar to this community when they burned that building down. A lot of us came out of that church. A lot of our children came out of that church. I have church members here with me now. We are very concerned about this community. And I'm not off into the politics and stuff, to be honest with you. I'm there when it's time to be there. But my concern and my heart is with the people in this community, with our community, trying to stop some of this gun violence. And me being a person that came from these streets, I haven't been a preacher all my days. I came from these streets. And I know for a fact, all these meetings, all this stuff we're having in these, I go to some of the meetings, but I don't go to all the meetings because I know that's not the answer. We talk about a lot of stuff, and 15 years later, we're still in the same position.
30 seconds, sir.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to petition you to help us in that area to get the building restored. And if you can find anything to help us, we invite you to come and see what we do. As a matter of fact, before I leave, our next project is downtown at Monroe in Michigan. The city has given us permission to use that lot. We'll be down there feeding the homeless. We'll be down there passing out food to the needy. That's what we do. And if somebody would, all we are asking is for some help. And if we can't get it this way, we'll find a way. God's going to make a way anyway. I know this. He will supply what we need. So
Time, sir.
we petition you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Larissa Chisholm-Buggs. I'm representing the Nexus Center at 3607 South Main Street on the south side of South Bend. I'm going to try to be succinct and speak quickly. I have a lot to say. This has been quite a process, I will say that, wow. But as to me, the overall theme tonight was about equity and access, parity, if you will. And our project is about that. And I just come before you to keep it fresh on your minds, to think about us as you're thinking about other things that are going on in the city. Many of you have been out to our property, some of you haven't. For those of you who haven't, certainly you're welcome, citizens as well of the community, because our enterprise is for the people. It has 5 pillars, and those include financial literacy, economic development, there's education, family wellness, family health and wellness, and crime prevention. I think I covered all 5. Forgive me if I didn't. I'm trying to be mindful of the time. But in that, one of the major foci of our project right now is establishing access to health care, mental health care. I'm a psychiatrist, a medical doctor. I'm board certified in adult psychiatry as well as forensic psychiatry. And the goal is to do something different in the city, to address all of those pillars, ultimately also addressing crime prevention, because if you make people well, people do better. And so this is not a recapitulation of other services in the community. Other entities do a wonderful job, but as an African-American psychiatrist, I also know that there is issue of access and parity. And generally, in COVID, African-Americans have been affected much more predominantly than other groups. COVID has also highlighted social determinants of health. We always knew they existed, but some issues have been made more paramount. African Americans, by and large, do not seek out mental health care treatment, even though trauma in this country has been predominantly affecting our community, and no offense to any other groups. But as an African American psychiatrist, certainly that is my focus. The Nexus Center is not just for African Americans, it is for all people. And I just want to keep that on your mind as we're talking about issues of access and parity tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Buggs. That was my lovely wife, Dr. Larissa Chisholm-Buggs, and 3607 South Main Street, Nexus Center. I kind of wish that the camera was still rolling. It's gone now. I think people need to hear what we're saying at this portion of the meeting as well. I would like to thank everyone for taking an interest in what we're doing at the Nexus Center. That's all I can ask you to do, is take an interest. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I like to quote people who are smarter than me. And Albert Einstein said, you've heard this so many times, you do the same thing looking for different results. That's the definition of insanity. But he also said, in the midst of difficulty lies opportunity. We're in a very difficult time, and we need to face the difficult time. Anytime our country had an issue, be it war, and we're at war right now to save our population. Factories closed down, women went to work, everybody went to make army things. I mean, focus went towards that effort, to correct that effort. And from that, we became the greatest country in the world. We're still the greatest country in the world, but we have some giants that we have to defeat. I'm asking you to remember us. I don't think I'm going to come back before you for a while. Sometimes when God gives a person a job to do, it lays on the shoulder of the individual. I've told you all our hopes and our dreams, for not just for African Americans, but South Bend in general. Now, it's time for me to get to work in a different way. We're going to actualize the Nexus Center. We're going to find the ways to get it done. And it's going to be a beacon in South Bend, not just in South Bend, but across the state, the city. I know my time is short, but people die and are dying because we've been put into a box where we've had to figure out how to make our own way. And when you get into a box to try to figure out to make your own way, you make mistakes.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. So what we need to do is to create a bigger box that will encompass this box that we have here. Endow it with character, with opportunity, with individuals who have a heart that's greater than laws can be amended, laws can change. What we need to do is let our heart dictate our actions. That's all I have to say. My wife is great at what she does. She is going to be wonderful at what we put together. I hope you all can support us. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Hunt. I'm here representing Wellbeing TLC. I started my company last year, and October 18th, I made a year. I have tried to get SBA loans. I have went to different boot camps, and I went to St. Mary's for all the different programs to help entrepreneurs in the city of South Bend. I'm born and raised here. I love my seniors, so I started my own business to help the seniors. And during COVID, I was able to help take care of family members that people couldn't see unless they visited through a window. And so when I asked for the SBA loan, I did it so I could get a larger staff to help our seniors, because it's important that our seniors are cared for in a loving manner. And a lot of our seniors died last year because they didn't have family to come and see them. And so I I have a problem because every time I go to try to get help to make the business grow and so that I could work on my business more instead of working in the business, I'm not getting any help. So I came tonight because as a minority-owned business, and because there's loans out there for minority-owned businesses, I think that our council needs to do a little bit more to help the community. I mean, it doesn't solely land on all of you, but I had to do everything everything that I've done over the last year for my business, I done. And when I came to my city to help, as a citizen, as a lifelong citizen, I've been here, I was born in Memorial Hospital. I think that I should have been able to have some kind of assistance. And I think that we should really look at the people who are living here and trying to better our community and get on board to help them more. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Those wishing to speak, could you please take the seats in the first row? Thank you so much.
Hi, the name is Marie Woods. I attended a conference on October the 16th this year, and kind of speaking from the young lady just left, I'm just concerned what's going on with small business loan company, the small business that's downtown, and grants and everything. And I know that I found out there is money available in this city, and I just want to know why we always get this negative response that, well, you need to go back and you need to redo your small business plan that you made, or, Lord have mercy, if I ask for a grant, it's like I spoke the wrong language, you can't get any help. And it's like her, I've been to small conferences and everything, and we need to do something about the city. I'm saying it's money here, and I just want to know, where's it going if it's not helping us out? I pay taxes, I'm retired, I need to go back to work just to make my business work. I am an entrepreneur, I'm an event planner, and I was wanting to slash venue hall for those that can't afford these big Holiday Inn functions that they have, or repasts or whatever. And I just want to know, what is the problem, why you can't get help? And like I said, I went to SBA, and I'm going to call the name, Alan Steele. Every time I go somewhere, they want to give me his name. I do not want to deal with Alan, but we need help. Thank you.
My name is Hardy Blake, and I'm the pastor of the Ardmore LaSalle Church of Christ, and I live at 144 North Summit. And I want to speak on behalf of the Nexus Center also, because I've worked in the community for over 40 years, and we have a group called Men of Scars that really does work with crime. And also, we have a program called Transformation Park, which is actually to have a 24/7 outreach to the community, working with transformation rather than just transforming a few things. We're talking about transforming a complete family community. But the Nexus Center, I'm going to say this because I didn't plan to get up here, but the way that we have worked in the past, we've had piecemeal, and we couldn't get things done. But when I work with ex-offenders, we could do one thing for 3 or 4 weeks or a month or two, and then release them out of the program, and it's not enough to transform their lives. People have been conformed for a long time. Yeah. Transformation is a process, not a program, and it takes a lot more time. The Nexus Center, I think, is a tremendous opportunity, especially for the African American community, because Nexus means to link. or to collaborate, to bring pieces together. And we've got a lot of broken pieces in our community. And I think that David Bugs and his wife have invested a considerable amount into the Nexus Center. And I think it has tremendous opportunities, because I visited there twice and I brought a number of people. My congregation and many other people that I've talked to are very excited about it. And I think that the city should give as much support as it possibly can, financially and every other way that it can. It should give it because it's transformational and it will help build the African-American community. And I'm focusing on that because I'm African-American for one, but because that's where the greatest need is within our community. All of the violence and all of the crime and all of the other things that are happening. We need so much more investment, and we need the city to invest in a maximum way rather than in a minimum, where it sits and just does little dribbles until the pain that sometimes crime and drugs and violence, and it causes a little bit of pain, and the city wants to do something to take away the pain. Well, we need more than pain removal.
30
We need
seconds,
life
sir.
transformation. We need community transformation. We need family transformation. There's so many things that we need, and I think the Nexus Center is a place that can really begin to transform. And so I want to encourage the city to really step up and not back up and not put it on the same little Mickey Mouse format that it's done in the past. We've got to get off of the Mickey Mouse mess, and we've got to get real about our community. And I'm not just saying that the city needs to do it by itself, but when the city can invest money in Notre Dame. I used to be on the redevelopment commission.
Time, sir.
No, I'm sorry, man, but I can have your time. Who can give me some time? No, no, I can't.
It's nice for sharing, but you can't do that. Okay, thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak under privilege of the floor? State your name and address, please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Rosemarie Harris. My address is 18240 Brightlingsea Place, South Bend, Indiana. And I share the concerns of Yolanda, and I think her name was Mrs. Woods. I started an organization in March of 2020. I have an office that's located at 914 Lincoln Way West, which is Colfax Cultural Center. I signed my lease in March of 2020, and then COVID came. So for the first year up to now, I have been paying my rent, I have been paying for my internet service and so on. I have applied on numerous occasions for grants with the city of South Bend, and I have received nothing. So I understand exactly where Yolanda and Ms. Woods, exactly where they're coming from. And I have the same question: where is the money going, if not to people like us? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't come here to speak, but I think I will. Gladys Muhammad, 808 North Ironwood. I came here to say that I support the Nexus Center. I've been waiting for some of us, one of us black folks, to get up and help us do something for ourselves. And we do pay taxes, and I think it's about time some of that COVID money, or whatever you want to call it, need to go into our community and help us. I really don't know any black psychiatrists in South Bend, but I know a whole bunch of black children that need one. A lot of times we say we just go to Oakland, and we just go there, and we stay in the same shape 5 years. I support the Nexus Center, and I hope that the city of South Bend, the council, and the administration can put some of that money into that center. Mr. Bugs put a lot of money into that center himself out of his own pocket. And I think we ought to try to match that money and do it. I grew up in the 60s with the Black Panthers, was Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King, and James Brown. And he said, open up the door, we'll get it ourselves. So if you don't do it, we're going to do it anyway. And I also support this Mr. Benicki who got up here and said, we need the internet on the west side of South Bend. When the South Bend Community School Corporation and when the COVID was going on, they had those buses all over that community and the kids could get the internet. Now the buses are not there and they do not have the internet. And we ought to be ashamed of ourselves, not having the internet on the west side of South Bend. I know grown people don't have the internet in their houses. Their kids can't use it. The library is going out there in Brown Middle School. They can't even get to the library. Thank God we're going to get the library downtown back soon. But help David Buggs with the Nexus Center and put that internet on the west side of South Bend. And like I said, open up the door, we're going to get it ourselves. Thank you.
Braylon Watson, 3303 East Jefferson. I'm not here asking you for none of your money because my father is rich. I support the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I've been sitting in here, I hear y'all talking about all this money, but you see here where this money could go. You see right here. But when you talking about budget and money, you're not talking about our community. You're not talking about men and women of God that's doing things in the community, that's trying to help our people. But if I could leave you with one thing, Jesus says 5 in one house gonna be divided. 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. Well, I want to tell you, all of you, God is watching every one of you, and he knows those who are his.
Last call for privilege of the floor. Attorney Palmer, are we at the 30 minutes?
We have one more online.
Okay. Clerk Jones, will you please bring them in?
I'm trying to check to see.
Then this will be the last speaker.
Okay, we have Lisa DeBerry. Lisa, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and your address for the record, please. Lisa? She's muted. That is the only one that I see.
Lisa, you're still muted.
Clerk Jones, is there any way we put something in the chat?
I can put in the chat that she's muted.
That she's muted. If not, we can reach out to her and ask her to send, email us her comments. At least we have them for the record.
Okay. She said she cannot unmute.
Okay.
So I will tell her to.
Please
contact.
have her, Mrs. DeBerry.
Wait a minute. She's.
Have you unmuted her? Maybe something on her end, I don't know.
Yeah, see if you can talk, Lisa. We unmuted you from this end. We unmuted you here. She probably still is trying to.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it was saying that you guys had to unmute me. A presenter had to unmute me. This is Lisa DeBerry. My address is 1618 Florence Avenue. I wanted to speak on behalf of the the African American child care providers inside of the community and bring some light to the bill 118-21 that was approved by the council. And last week there was a meeting with all of the African American child care providers that had attended. And some of the comments that were said that they felt unappreciated, unrepresented, and excluded from city decisions due to the fact that United Way had received $2 million. And these are businesses that have been in the community for decades and generations. And when they asked, can they receive funds from the city out of the ARP dollars that were dedicated to small businesses, minority businesses, and for executive branch as well, that they had not received anything, although they had met with council members several times, and that had been passed through. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I'm muted. I just wanted to bring to the light that child care providers do help reduce violence by the eloquent relationships that they build with children in the communities that they do serve. So the existing African American child care providers are important in our community. It's also to my understanding that when that bill was passed, $55 million was pulled. $10,100,000 is going to the Dream Center, and $45 million is still on the table and up for discussion. And I also know that the executive branch is preparing to repropose a budget for that $45 million. And I was hoping that the council would give a considerable and fair consideration to the Black child care providers in the community and represent the people that were elected them into office when the child care providers come to them and ask them for funds that to be allocated to them out of the ARP dollars.
Thank you. At this time, seeing that there's no other individuals wanting to speak on the privilege of the floor, this meeting stands adjourned.